a great AV for you all to watch. So I request you all for eyes on the screen. Tech team. It's time for the launch AV. With all our valued dignitaries in place, tech team, could we have the launch AV? Yes. A very, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, it's so great to see such immense leadership amongst the room today. And I think that since all of you have taken out your valuable time today, I would request you all just to start off the evening, if we can have a big round of applause for all of us today, because I'm sure each and every one of you has been contributing immensely. So thank you so much for being so kind, and let's begin with our event today. So firstly, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to CIO News presents All Things BFSI and Fintech Summit 2023. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, your host for the day, and in the industry since a decade, and it is indeed my honor and a pleasure to welcome all the leadership in the room today. With 50,000 plus subscribers worldwide, CIO News presents and produces award-winning content and resources for leaders like you. It provides business executives with an overview and insight into developments in various industries, and also gives leaders a platform to share their best practices, learnings, and journey to their platform. Well, the fintech market, as you know, in India is expected to witness significant growth in the coming years. The introduction of the new technologies such as blockchain, AI, ML is revolutionizing the industry, and the market is expected to be driven by factors such as increasing internet penetration, rising mobile usage. We're talking about government initiatives and a growing middle class population with a higher disposable income. The emphasis on promoting digital transaction has further accelerated the growth of the BFSI and fintech market in India, which is deemed to play a critical role in driving the growth of an Indian economy. This summit today aims to bring all the stakeholders under one roof and discuss the trends, growth, and the future of the sector. With an all-day summit, we're aiming to launch an in-depth report analysis to provide informed decisions to the stakeholders, right from investments, opportunities, risk management strategies, and policy development. We'd like to humbly thank our partners who have onboarded with us in our journey today. We're talking about our knowledge partner for the Thought Leadership Report and event, Grant Thornton. We're talking about our cybersecurity partner, Simulate, data center partner, Capitaland, and our supporting partner being Finance Industry Development Council. Could we have a big round of applause for all the partners who've onboarded on this wonderful journey with us today? Also, I believe that every summit and every knowledge sharing session only goes more in the industry when there is a hashtag to it. So as you can see right there, we have a wonderful hashtag, which is hashtag CIO News Summit 2023. I know you can't forget it because it's right on the stage, but we will make it sure that all of you who are attending, if you can just take a couple of minutes throughout the day, during the course of the day, whatever you like, could be a sharing, could be a tweet, however you'd like to present. If you could put the hashtag so that we can come to know what your learnings are as well, and we can all come together on social media. Well, on that front, it is time for me to call upon the leadership on the stage, as I feel that every event would love to be started with a lamp lighting, and we've got such immense dignitaries who are going to be joining us. First up, if I could have the honor of calling upon corporate advisor and senior banker, if Mrityunjay Mahapatra ji is he around. I believe not right now in the room, but if I could have the honor of having upon first up founder and chief editor CIO News, Khushbu Soni, along with chartered accountant Mumbai, Khushru Pantaki to kindly join us. Let's give both of them a warm, warm round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us. And if we may request you to step in the center, and could we have the team, if anyone's ready with the, yes. Hanji. Wow, this is amazing. We have Mr. Mali with us out here, so if you could have your humble presence, let's give him a warm, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I think it deserves a bigger round of applause, everyone. CIO of Tata Capital Housing Finance Limited, Mr. Ashok Mali.
वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्ति प्रचोदयात् ॐ तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे.
Let's accompany them with a warm round of applause. We've right now begun with the summit, and thank you to our leadership for joining us, Mr. Mali, Mr. Pantaki, and Ms. Soni. Well, on that note, it's always great when you have the leader who's started this entire summit and, of course, has waves ahead in terms of success. We're talking about an enthusiastic women leader who provides a platform to the IT and MarTech leaders to share their voice for the betterment of the industry through a media channel, CIO News. Also delivers integrated marketing solutions for technology companies. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the founder and chief editor, CIO News, Khushbu Soni, to kindly join us. Thank you, Khushbu.
A very good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you all had your morning cup of coffee to rise and shine. Ladies and gentlemen, and all our guests of honors, thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking out time and joining us today on the CIO News Summit. It definitely, shows that yes, industry is transforming. BFSI and Fintech pundits are are here, to share their perspectives, to share their learnings with us through this event. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the All Things BFSI and Fintech Summit 2023. Today, we gather here as visionaries, innovators, and thought leaders in the world of banking, finance, insurance, technology, and fintech. The summit serves as a platform to foster collaborations, exchange ideas, and explore the transformative power of BFSI and fintech in this sector. Today, we stand at the crossroads to immense possibilities. BFSI and fintech has the potential to revolutionize the traditional banking and financial services by offering innovative solutions. From blockchain to AI, from digital payments to robo advisors, the landscape of possibilities is vast. At this summit, we have the opportunity to learn from industry leaders, from our colleagues and our peers, gain insights from experts, and engage in a meaningful discussion that shape the future of our industry. Let us make the most of the platform by actively participating, networking, and sharing our experiences. I'm sure together we can make the future of banking, finance, and insurance and fintech to drive positive change for the customers we serve. We have a day packed event with interesting panel topics and fireside chat from industry leaders. We also have guest of honors who will come share from the government to share the perspective and the work that the government is doing for the sector and for the growth of the sector. I would like to thank once again for joining us, and over to you, Bhavna, to take this summit forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Soni, for joining us and, of course, setting the context of today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to call upon a chartered accountant with more than 38 plus years of professional experience in accounting, auditing, and financial services. Currently a senior partner with Walker Chandiok and Co. LLP, an accounting and audit firm, which is a related party of Grant Thornton Bharat. An eminent speaker and a visiting faculty in prestigious universities. He's somebody who, with his immense experience in accounting profession, both locally and internationally, has been auditing and advising large corporations and multinationals across the globe. It is an honor for our presentation and a talk on BFSI tech trends, what's next, to call upon the excellence himself, Khushru Panthaki. And the room cannot be silent when you've got such great leadership. Come on, let's give him a bigger round of applause.
Very good morning to all of you, and welcome to this particular conference. Indeed, a pleasure for Grant Thornton to partner with CIO for this particular conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a pleasure to be here this morning. As we know, the topic on BFSI and fintech is not just contemporary, but something which keeps evolving and changing every minute, every second. I can say from my experience of many, many years, having been on the other side, which is auditing banks, insurance companies, NBFCs, fintechs, the kind of evolution that we see over a period of time, it's mind-boggling. And if at all, at any point of time, we miss the boat by not being aware what those changes are in terms of technology, in terms of regulatory matters, then I think it's little late. I was extremely fascinated by the way our country has grown and the way digitalization has picked up over the last many, many years. We keep talking about so many things. We keep talking about artificial intelligence. We keep talking about a blockchain. We keep talking about data analytics. We keep talking about regulatory tools, etc. But then, at the end of the day, when it all comes to convergence and to ensure that things go the right way, It is the underlying technology. There is a partner in my firm. If you ask him something, that what is the most important thing to be successful in a given practice? In an accounting firm, you have the audit, you have the tax and the regulatory, and you have advisory. And he only utters three words. And those three words is actually just one word. He says, tech, tech, tech. Technology, technology, and technology. And this is something which we all have embraced in the last many, many years, ever since the evolution of technology has happened. And I'm very proud to say that India is an outstanding country when it comes to technology. I don't think I need to overemphasize that, but we all are aware about that. Having said this, various sectors embrace technology. Today, you need the best of technology in manufacturing, in other industries, even in sectors like pharma and healthcare. But when we talk about financial services, I think it cannot function without technology. If the blood starts running slowly in the body, then the body will show some kind of effects. If the technology is not the right technology in any financial services entity, then that particular entity is going to suffer. By the time the technology is adopted, a new technology comes in. And therefore, the CISOs, the chief technology officers, the chief risk officers, the chief executive officer, the CFOs, everybody huddle up over a period of time and they keep talking about what is next, what gets changed. So I just thought maybe let me spend about 10 minutes talking a little bit about what's existing currently and what's going to be something coming up in the future. So when I talk about financial services, I just thought that maybe I will set this particular tone in terms of what's happening as far as the technological trends are concerned within the banking industry today. So, Internet of Things that we all know what it is about. It is to automate the data acquisition process because when you acquire the data, it's important that you need to process the data. And it has to be done within the right time as well. So that's something which is really picking up pretty well. When you talk about cyber incidences, and too many cyber incidents have happened, we all know about it. In order to ensure that those cyber incidences don't happen again, or they are curtailed to a great extent, you need the best of security measures. You need to ensure that there is a multi-factor authentication, there is a back-end data encryption, and then there are threat intelligence systems to detect and to prevent such incidences happening again. Talking about cloud computing, I think gone are the days when those individual servers were protecting the data and storing the data. Now it's everything on the cloud. It's much more effective, it's much more secured, and even from a cost benefit analysis point of view, it's definitely much more economical as well. Blockchain, of course, in order to ensure that the cross-border payments are secured. That's one technology because there are so many things happening when you talk about cross-border payments and other things, and therefore blockchain is something that technology has actually adopted, and it will keep on evolving as well. IT infrastructure is something that will keep evolving. And we had the servers, now we have the cloud, and there will be so many things happening. Now, companies and the financial services entities will have to keep investing in the IT infrastructure and to ensure that they need to have those very fat budgets and a great amount of allocation for that. The RegTech tools, now these are the tools that are there to automate the preparation and the submission of the various regulatory reports. I can tell you one incident. I'm aware that one of the regulators called up the CFO of the bank and said that I need this. The individual said that I'm actually driving it to the office. Give me half an hour or 45 minutes and I'll definitely come back to you. With due respect, the regulator said, no, I'm sure that you can park the car. It may be there in your cell phone or it may be there in your laptop. I just need it right away. Whether you call it an unreasonableness of the regulator or an unrealistic approach, or whether you want to call it as a testing time for that institution where the regulator wants to know to what extent the automation is there. He literally parked his car, he opened the laptop. Fortunately, that particular institution was prepared, had automated systems to ensure that the data was available and that data was sent. Now, that's something from a financial reporting standpoint and from a regulatory reporting standpoint, it helps them a lot. And finally, let's talk a little bit about NBFCs as well. Banking and NBFCs is, of course, more or less the same. As we all know, the Bank of India is now considering NBFC almost on a similar platform as a banking industry. And over a period of time, NBFCs will be much more highly regulated as well. Digital lending platforms which actually streamlines the origination of the loan, the credit underwriting, and the disbursal process. And therefore, NBFCs will have to collaborate. In terms of what is next, these entities which are forming part of the ecosystem will have to be contemporary, will have to keep evolving over a period of time. There are certain mobile apps, which you all are aware, which NBFCs are preparing, and the online platforms that they have, in order to ensure that the loans are easily available, and at the same time, the payments are properly made in a secured manner, and that they are properly tracked as well. Talking about automated underwriting systems and the risk assessment tools, I think artificial intelligence and the machine learning is something which is helping NBFC to a great extent. Then, of course, a lot of investments again go into the technology solutions, which actually will drive the compliance and the regulatory requirements of the NBFC. And that is something which will keep changing because the requirements on regulatory aspects also keep on changing. And this is something where I have seen that the NBFCs keep investing. And it's not just the investment in technology, it's also the fact that how the technology is running, how that particular technology gets integrated along with so many other systems operating within that particular organization. The CRM systems, the customer relationship management systems, are also an integral part of that, because without that, you will not be able to function. Having the highest level of customer satisfaction, having ease in operating, and giving a great customer experience is something that the technology can do to a great extent. Chatbots and robo-advisors actually have a lot of important role, because without this, technology will not prevail. A lot of information is confidential. When a human being is actually responding from the other side, there can be a threat to the security. But when you have something like a chatbot, or you have something like a robo-advisor, to a great extent, including protection of the password and highest level of security can be maintained as well. And finally, cybersecurity infrastructure. Lots are happening. In fact, we as a firm keep doing a lot of work on cybersecurity. And I can tell you that it is so important these days that without having a great framework and a very reliable and a safe framework on cybersecurity, organizations definitely will have a major risk of a cyber threat. Just spending a minute on the insurance side, I think more or less things remain the same. But again, in the case of an insurance company, product innovation is extremely important. Distribution channels are extremely important. Cybersecurity framework is extremely important. And therefore, within that particular insurance industry, the ecosystems of so many other fintechs and so many startups play a very important role. What is it that the apps can do? What is it that those fintechs can do, the startups can do as part of that ecosystem is, again, an important measure. And therefore, I think a lot goes into the insurance industry. We see so many companies being formed. We see so many startups being formed. We see so many apps coming out. So many of these apps are being acquired for phenomenal prices. People see a lot of value in the technology that can support their mainframe, that can support their systems. And therefore, this is going to happen a lot in the insurance industry as the industry keeps growing as well. Cyber insurance, again, is something that the insurance companies are offering as part of the cybersecurity for the companies in this industry. And therefore, insurers are using the technology to develop certain cyber insurance policies. And this, again, will keep evolving over a period of time as well. I'll come to the stock exchanges a little later. Now, talking about the fintechs, we have experts from various institutions over here who will talk about fintech. But today, look at the fintech world. It's really expanded. It is one of the best in the world that we have as an industry segment. And therefore, the fintechs are playing a significant role in the entire ecosystem of financial services, not just for financial services, but even otherwise as well. When we talk about fintech, with due respect, again, there is a lot of question coming up like, is it reliable? Is it something that it'll grow? Is it something that it'll be successful? Is it really giving the value to the ecosystem, to the financial services world? And therefore, these fintechs will have to be absolutely innovative to provide solutions to the financial services industry as such. Like, for example, today, when we talk about uh, artificial intelligence, etc., uh, customer insights, building alternative credit scoring models. These are the things that are being done by the fintech. Today, in the financial services industry, ECL, which is my expected credit loss model, how this model is being built up. There are so many fintechs which provide that particular service. Of course, the organizations cannot actually sort of, buy those specific services from the fintech, but they actually sort of use the support, the know-how, the technology of building up an ECL, because ultimately the ECL is one of the most important components of the financial reporting framework. And therefore, this is something which will keep evolving. New factors come in, new assumptions coming, and contemporary benchmarks keep coming in as well. And therefore, within that fintech industry, some of the things are going to keep evolving over a period of time. When we talk about stock exchanges, we talk about crores and crores of transactions, security of those transactions, whether the data is proper, whether those trades are happening on a platform which is safe and secure, whether the individuals or the brokers who are a part of the ecosystem of stock exchanges are into an environment where there can be a flawless environment with no screw up or with no mess up on that particular front. And that's the reason why fintechs and other contemporary outfits play a very, very important role in ensuring the stock exchange risk management framework is also adequately guarded. Friends, I think a lot will change over a period of time. We all individuals have seen the technology evolving significantly. And in times to come, some more solutions will keep coming up. It's a test of time. Everything that comes up is never safe. Everything that comes up is never going to be 100% successful. A lot of tailoring will be required. Each entity will have various solutions. Each entity will have various things to be considered before anything is going to be implemented. And more importantly, the support and the stamp of approval from the regulator, because this particular world of financial services is extremely regulated. As we all know, whether it's RBI or whether it's SEBI or whether it's AMFI or whether it's IRDA, there is so many things to be complied with. And therefore, the time and the cost of our regulations play a very, very important role in deciding that whether you would really want to have that benchmark technology or whether you're willing to live with the ordinary things as well. But yes, I can always say that it has to be the right balance of cost benefit analysis. And once you have that particular right balance, you will also have the right benchmark of your risk management framework. The technology plays an extremely important role in customer satisfaction, in the products and services that you provide, and in your regulatory framework as well. So I'm sure that you will all appreciate significant investments in technology, regular evaluations of that technology, and the embrace of technology to result into a positive outcome. I just thought that this is the tone that I would like to set for the rest of the day. And thank you very much for this opportunity, and wishing you all the best. Have a lovely day and a great conference. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a bigger round of applause. What an incredible discussion this has turned out to be. Could I get audio on my other mic? Yes. Check. So I thought that before we divulge into further discussion, I always like to know the pulse of the audience. And by what I mean in that terms is I'll be just coming around and asking a couple of questions to maybe a few of you. So before we go into the next chat, let me first see. Of course, Mr. Mali is going to be the speaker, so I'm not going to be coming here. Let me go to the gentleman out here. Hi, could I get your name?
Hi, my name is Shyam Sundar Sankhe. I work with Citibank in their internal audit data analytics field.
Okay. What are your expectations from the summit today? Is there anyone in particular you're looking forward, any session in particular, or any key insights you're looking forward to today?
Not any session in particular, but overall aspect of what cyber security is leading to and what other practices, what are the best practices in the industry apart from my bank. So it's a good learning to have multiple companies, sharing their experiences.
Okay, interesting. So you're looking forward to that. Let me quickly go to the gentleman out. You know, the faces, I can't see much smile. Like there has to be some, when the camera's coming, at least we need to give a good smile. Let me have a quick conversation with the gentleman out here. Hi, sir. Could I please get your name?
Hi, my name is Praveen.
So, Praveen, we'd just like to know what are your expectations? Is there somebody in particular a session in particular you'd like to attend, which you know about, or is there any particular information which you seek today in the summit?
A couple of topics actually. So I'm a ex-employee with an investment bank. I'm in transition, moving to a new role, which I'm not at the liberty of sharing as of now. But I'm really looking forward to some use cases on AI and ML. There's obviously a lot of talk about AI. Chat GPT is like a democratized tool today in everybody's hand. So looking forward to any sessions on that. And of course, digital transformation, which I think has been upon us and around us for a long time. But I would like to see what the next sort of wave is of digital transformation and where will it take us really.
That's great to know. And Khushbu, a point to note, the report which might get, towards the end, we don't want to really talk too much about it now, but that sort of encapsulates what you're looking at. So I'm glad that you brought up these points so that we can probably cover up. On that front, let me just quickly go to one more person before. Sir, you're smiling, and that's one of the reasons I'm coming to your final question. Hi, what's your name, and what are your expectations from today?
Hi, this is Amol Desai. I come from SBI Life Insurance. As a data protection officer, the expectations here are that any transformations that are happening in the business technology, these need to go through a step-by-step or a very maturity of checks and balances before we launch out into the public. And that's where we should know in advance what would be the threats that could be envisaged over a period. So my purpose here is that to know about it.
And I think that's a great point. You're talking about data protection and at the same time, looking forward to what possible threats could be coming out. And I think it's always good to think about the future when you have the present in place. And Ms. Soni, can we go ahead with our session or do we have? Yes, ma'am. Okay, perfect, perfect. So that gives me a liberty for one more. I thought I was running or taking too much of time. So I'm going to be going. Would anyone from their side like to contribute? Just one more person? Oh my God, have I asked too many questions already? Or is it, okay, let me ask one more person. Yeah, I love people who are tweeting already. So, hashtag, so what's the hashtag? Firstly, could I get your name? Hi, what's your name, sir?
Ms. Gaurav Agarwal. I am coming from New Again Fintech Limited. We are an NBFC. I had partnerships and alliances here. Purpose of coming here was probably networking with fellow NBFCs and banks. And also there were some updates from RBI yesterday with regard to FLDG and stuff. So could not make much sense of it. Spoke to my CEO, my business head also in the night, but they said, hang on, let things evolve, we'll get to know. So that was something which will impact on, it's a high impact thing for me. So I wanted insights on that as well.
Interesting. So I think we're going to come to you for the Q&A round, and you could ask this question when you have a required speaker. But also, I'd like to believe that you were the one who is using the hashtag already. No, that's what I'm saying. I'd like to believe that you were doing that. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we've got our dignitaries in place, and it's time for us to begin our next conversation. Well, first up, it's my honor to re-invite none other than Mr. Khushru Pantagi. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause. He's had such an incredible session, and of course, The person who's going to help us in moderating this session, he's somebody who's got rich leadership experience in payments and banking in areas of regulatory compliance, risk, and product management with specialties in compliance, risk management, business strategy, and execution. We're talking about partner at Grant Thornton Bharat LLP, Rohan Lakhiyar. Let's give both of them a warm, warm round of applause whilst as we invite them for a conversation. And when they're coming towards the stage, it's always better there's a bigger round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rohan. Over to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So as technology keeps evolving, which was the center of my presentation, I just thought that I'll take the liberty of swapping the roles as well. So I wanted to put Rohan a little bit in the fix. So he's going to be the one responding, and I'm going to be the one who's going to be asking questions. So this is all about fintech. And of course, the theme of this particular conference is also on the fintech. Like Rohan is someone who comes with significant experience of having worked on the fintech. He had about 18 years of experience in Citibank and of course, some years of experience with Paytm as well. So Rohan, having seen the fintech world very closely and having worked on clients, which are the fintech clients, how do you believe fintech would really be actually a driver in ensuring a better financial inclusion or having a higher financial inclusion?
Yeah, thanks, Kushu. Very pertinent question. Given that I've worked with fintechs closely for last decade or so, I've seen the evolution happen. And the way financial services have changed, the impetus, I think, has been from the fintech side, where they have nudged the incumbents to digitalize their operations, and therefore the delivery also has become digital in nature. Now, if you realize the phone that a customer uses has become one of the most powerful tools for fintechs to leverage upon to deliver financial services. Given the structure of the country, the geographical spread, the kind of different customer segments, and a relatively low per capita income, the delivery of the financial services has to be economical, and a value has to be derived out of these relationships. Given that fintechs are leveraging technology in a large scale and are able to hyper-personalize their products, their services, and are able to deliver such services in the way FMCG companies do, right? Make it like a sachets or break it down into smaller bits and pieces which are affordable to the largest consumers. And that is what fintechs have been doing. And I think they are going to be critical for driving financial inclusion, like services such as opening of a bank account can be done on a smartphone, accessing your bank account, making payments, investing in or even buying insurance. All of that can be driven through mobile phones. So I think that is the way forward. That is where the technology is moving, with the smartphones getting cheaper, the data packs getting cheaper. I think the access to financial services will grow as fintechs evolve and develop products and continue to hyper-personalize for the segments at large. So fintechs will definitely drive financial inclusion. I think the regulators and the government also acknowledge that fact. Therefore, there is some bit of regulatory forbearance as well. And the government has been actively promoting fintechs. They have created forums where fintechs come together. So I think the sea change will happen in the next decade. Is going to be very interesting how it will play out. But I think fintechs will play a critical role for driving financial inclusion, which has been a long-standing agenda for the government of India.
No, that's absolutely correct, because we see this in our day-to-day world, that the way it's growing and the way it's helping us to sort of reach out to someone who could be hardly able to do any particular work on financial services. Now, how do you believe, very relevant question and an extension of the first question as well, that transforming the way we carry out financial services or transforming the way the organizations carry out the financial services. Now, today, when we talk about financial services products, it can be investments, it can be savings, it can be many, many things. And we see the fintechs, we see the apps, we see so much of contemporary things. How do you believe fintechs would play an important role? We are seeing that. But what is next again on the agenda where the fintechs are concerned in terms of the next step of the transformation of financial services?
Yes. Absolutely, Khushru. So, fintechs, what they've done so far is they have targeted the retail users really well. Yeah. Uh, by and also they have been a slightly easier segment to target because of the government's ecosystem that they have created, something like a digital ID. I think India is one of the very few countries which has a digital ID available, which can be leveraged online by fintechs and banks to undertake KYC. Similarly, there are other services that are available, such as DigiLocker, etc. So fintechs are now leveraging the ecosystem that the government has created to target the retail users really well. I think where they need to go now is also to the MSME sector. That sector remains a bit clunky because as individuals, we give out a lot of data, be it in social media, be it through a phone, which fintechs can leverage. But MSMEs or the non-individuals are segments where data is readily not available, especially the digital data. And the fintechs are all about digitalizing the ecosystem. So I think the next push is going to be on the MSME sector. The government is also looking to create a digital ID for non-individuals. And that impetus will drive financial inclusion and drive access to financial services for the MSME sector, which is, I think, at the moment starved of the right products and services to reach them. And while the B2B segment remains untapped, I think a lot of fintechs have entered that segment, realizing a gap that exists and are working towards it. So in the evening, we have a panel discussion where we will be discussing about these initiatives as well. But I think that is the next phase of growth that fintechs will drive in targeting the MSME sectors and the non-individuals and digitalizing that ecosystem as well.
Yeah. Thank you. I think I will toss this particular question both ways, of course. One is, of course, what do you believe would take for a particular fintech or this industry of fintech to be more successful? And at the same time, the other side of the coin is like what challenges are being faced by the fintech. Now, this response from yours could cover some of the regulatory reforms, some of the things which are there from a policy advocacy standpoint, some of the government interventions, budgets in terms of having an outlay, a major outlay towards fintech, and making it much more sort of, successful. What measures do you believe government will take? What measures do you think industry should take? And how our entrepreneurs should really come out to support the existence and the success of fintech?
Pertinent question during these times. Fintechs or startups in general are facing some sort of a funding winter that is happening across, where raising funds has become difficult. VCs have realized that unit economics make more sense rather than tracking vanity metrics such as scale. And I think the startup fraternity and the fintech fraternity recognizes that, and therefore the focus now is really not just on vanity metrics such as number of customers onboarded, but are moving towards the revenues, the profitability, etc. And those things will evolve. We have to also acknowledge that fintechs are very, very new as a sector. They have been in operation for less than a decade, and it will take them time to figure out what is the right fit for them to play on. Most importantly, I think, given that in the recent past there have been issues with hyper growth focused fintechs creating some bit of conduct issues, and there was a bit of uncomfortable or discomfort that was voiced by the regulators across the sector, be it RBI, SEBI, IRDAI, all of them did come together and talk about it. I think that is the one challenge that fintechs will have to address as to how they want that sector to be seen, because perception matters, and how you conduct yourself is critical for your long-term success. And I think the regulators have shown quite a bit of forbearance now. In fact, yesterday, a couple of guidelines came in which will give a pretty big fillip to the fintech sector. The FLDG guidelines have come out. That means RBI is acknowledging the kind of work that fintechs are doing, and therefore they amended their existing guidelines to accommodate the FLDG to play out. So therefore, I think regulators certainly showing support. It's the fintech industry which will have to get themselves together in a forum, try and figure out what is the right way forward in terms of targeting the right segments, conducting themselves well. And I think there is fair bit of encouragement from the government as well. So there are certain schemes that are being run which fintechs are participating on. So things will look good. They are getting better. Fintech, I see a sea change in terms of the way fintechs are approaching their businesses as well. So I think the way forward is going to be some select fintechs will come about and play a big role and grow big.
Yeah, so exactly that was my last question. Then going forward, how do you believe that fintech will collaborate with the mainstream financial services industry? And in case you believe that it is going to be collaborating, then is it going to be collaborating by being independent, by having its own identity, or just by getting acquired and getting merged the way we have been seeing the trend?
Right.
What's the future like over here?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, Kushru. So fintech started off as partners with the BFSIs, right? The incumbents were the manufacturers of financial services. Fintechs were distributors of those financial services across customer segments. But given the regulatory ambiguities, I think, and the cost economics associated with just plain distribution, they've realized some of the fintechs have realized that they're not able to own the customer and therefore are not able to derive significant value for themselves. And the value actually goes to the manufacturer of financial services, which are the incumbent BFSI institutions. So therefore, I think the role is sort of changing now. Some of the fintechs are voluntarily looking to get licensed. They're seeking license to lend, trying to get licenses for in payments, etc. So I think it started off as a collaborative role. Now I think it is getting in a segment where they may directly compete with some of the incumbents, but it's still a long way to go because the size of the incumbents is significant. And while they will not be able to compete with them directly, but they will definitely find niche for themselves which are currently underserved, and then they will try and dominate those niches.
So just let me, I did mention that my last question, but I think one thing which comes up to my mind is, of course, your experience about the operations and the kind of profile and the stature of the fintechs globally and their comparison with the fintechs in India. Which ones do you, and of course, there will not be exactly a precise answer on that, but to what extent you believe that the fintech industry in India is more contemporary, is much more, I would say, forward-looking in terms of what's next? And how do you believe that in case of at all we are a little lesser in terms of the strength and the profile compared to the global peers, what needs to be done to ensure that we also have the global benchmarks?
Well, Khushru, I think in my view, the fintech ecosystem in India is in some ways ahead of the global peers, especially in sectors such as payments, where immediate payments is unheard of in even the developed markets, where usually the settlement happens with a lag, right? So in certain sectors, definitely we are ahead of the peers. But we also have to realize that the Indian financial services market is a difficult one to crack. Given the low per capita income, the kind of value that the financial services or the fintechs can derive out of consumers is fairly limited, unlike the developed economies where fintechs, when they scale, they're able to derive significant value and become large revenue generators for themselves. So unit economics remains a challenge. But other than that, from a technology adoption standpoint and the way the hyper-personalization of financial services have been carried out by Indian fintechs, I think it is unprecedented, largely. And I'm not being biased. I think it's a fairly neutral view that the Indian fintechs have done well. It's just that there have been challenges in monetizing these initiatives. But I think that will also come about as they scale further.
But that's really great to know. And I think that was my assumption as well, that we must be better off in many respects compared to the global peers. So good to hear that. And of course, with this, thank you very much for sharing your perspectives on this. And I'm sure that over the next few sessions, we will have more on the fintech as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, on that front, if I may have the honor of calling upon Ms. Khushbu Soni to kindly join us and help us in felicitating our dignitaries on stage Once again, a warm, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Rohan and so we could just request you to please stay back for the felicitation. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Khushru Pantaki. Thank you so much, Rohan. So, ladies and gentlemen, by show of hands, how many of you have done the hashtag already? I should not ask this question early. I've always been briefed. I'm just kidding. No. Definitely, I can see a lot of you wanting to get a lot of knowledge out of it. I did have a conversation with, I believe, 3 to 4 of you in the morning, but I would really encourage the one of the major theme, of course, today is to network with your peers to understand better what's happening in the industry, and we'd appreciate that you do take some key takeaways from today. And of course, you guys are the thought leaders who carve and shape the industry. So we wish you all the very best on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time and it's an honor to bring upon our next panel discussion. We're talking about our next discussion on roadmap for digital transformation in the BFSI sector. In interest of time, I'm going to be calling upon the panelists one by one, but because we've got the stage to be set up, I'll just have the honor of talking about them and then we'll call them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first up, he's somebody who is a well-known figure in the Indian banking and Indian financial technology sector. He sits on the board, advises, and consults a number of Indian and global banks, corporates, and fintech companies. He started his professional career in SBI in 1982 and since then has held positions of importance. Currently, he's on the boards of RBIH, NSEIT, Nippon Life Insurance, Spice Money, Mayfair Hotels, Quantum MF, to name a few. Also, he's a member of the board of supervision at NABARD. A writer in leading newspapers and a known public speaker, he's considered a thought leader in the Indian BFSI sector. Of course, a man of his caliber and cadre has won several awards and accolades and has served in various RBI and government committees. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to now invite on the stage corporate advisor and senior banker Mrityunjay Mahapatra. Thank you, Mr. Mahapatra, for joining us today. It's an honor having you. With Mr. Mahapatra and his brilliance being on the stage, thank you once again. On that note, it is my honor, so you may be seated. I'll call the panelists on stage one by one. Next up, somebody moving with new digital innovation and taking the business to the next level by implementing mobile platform and big data and hands-on experience with open source, Microsoft and Oracle application stack. He's somebody who's a dynamic and accomplished professional with extensive experience in handling application software products and planning for infrastructure setup for financial institutions. We're talking about the CIO BOB Financial Solution, Aiskant Mahapatra. See, Mr. Mahapatra, that's the smile I was talking about all this while. Let's warmly welcome him. Thank you so much for joining us. Next up, we have an IT professional having more than 21 years of rich domain and IT experience. Having worked in the NBFC industry and managed retail and corporate financial vertical automations in various roles throughout his career, he's currently working as the IT head of Tata Capital Housing Finance Limited, somebody who's passionate about working closely with business leaders for various IT automations. Let's warmly welcome back on stage Mr. Ashok Mali. Thank you, Mr. Mali, for joining us. Next up, we have a result-oriented, highly accomplished executive who has 22 plus years of experience in digital transformation and technology solution implementation for end-to-end large-scale solutions in banking and financial services. Somebody who's worked with NSTL, Reliance JioMoney, L&T, and TCS. We're talking about the CIO of Multi Commodity Exchange, Anil Kumar Verma. Thank you, Mr. Verma, for joining us today. And just would like a confirmation, do we have? All right, perfect. And you know, it only gets bigger and better. Next up, we've got somebody who's enriched with a great set of experience who leads and heads the entire digital unit of Fed Bank Financial Services. He's won 25 plus awards such as the Emerging Leader of the Year, CDO of the Year, featured in Economic Times, Best Digital Strategy Leader of the Year in NBFC and Fintech Excellence Awards. Prior to this, he headed the digital assets team at Share Khan in terms of business and product development. We're talking about the CDO Fed Bank, Sivakumar Nandipati. Thank you so much, Sivakumar, for joining us. And on that note, you know, it's always an honor having Mr. Mahapatra and his brilliance on stage. Mr. Patra, we've always had the honor of listening to you, and we'd love you to take the conversations forward. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There is hardly any meeting, any morning, any evening that we have where we do not speak about digital transformation, disruption from digital, policy going towards digital, policy hindering digital, all things we... Today what we will do is that we will try to bring some context, because that is the best that a panel as experienced that this can hope for. Digital is a continuous journey, and digital transformation has again become more continuous. Like they say, continuous improvement is part of an enterprise's life today, because the moment you stop improving, they say you will have to keep running to stay at the same place. So as all of us in various leadership positions as decision makers go through the digital transformation, is my privilege to welcome all of you to this power-packed discussion, where we will try to provide some amount of punch into otherwise staid, routine, boring, ubiquitous kind of a presentation, where everybody speaks about AI, everybody speaks about ML, everybody speaks about fintech, everybody speaks about innovation in a way that is, yes, hygienic, but that doesn't put any context. To my mind, because I have been leading this space, I am from business, I didn't have any technology background, but at a time when Indian banking and financial sector was struggling because of many things happening together, platformization was happening, cloud migration was happening, API and service layer was happening. So as digital transformation was pervasive, from being a CIO or a CDO stock and was coming to the real life of the consumers, we learned that at the policy making level, at the technology level, as well as at the business level, we must speak in unison. There must be one voice. And I define digital transformation as something where you must make a clean break from the past, like a caterpillar and a butterfly. Yes, the butterfly has come out of the caterpillar, but very hard to relate the features of the butterfly with that of a caterpillar. Organizations are making those quantum shifts. And as all of us know, the four pillars of these is the SMAC: social media, mobility, analytics, and cloud. And as these four interact with the four pillars of enterprise, namely people, process, technology, and governance, there are interesting insights that all of us are waiting to be unfolded, unleashed, and learned. Even today, after leading very large organization, for example, the State Bank of India, I was spending every year close to 7,000 crores, and I had some 25,000 people. But when I went to HSBC, I was in for a surprise. I was meeting the HSBC CDO, who told Mr. Mahapatra, how many people do you have? I told, I have 20,000. So he told, oh, that is too less. We have 174,000 total staff, out of which 74,000 are in IT or IT related things. In other words, digital transformation beginning is where organizations are becoming IT companies by foundationally changing their DNA of people, process, technology, and governance. So we are in for some good time. And as we unfold some of the things in this limited time, I welcome all my co-panelists. And what we will do is that we will have one round in which each of the panelists will give their overview of what is in their rich experience digital transformation journey has been. What they are seeing as writings on the wall, what has worked, what has not worked. All of you are again people of experience, people who have wetted their hands to get the wisdom. So me and my fellow panelists have no ambition to teach any gyan to any one of you. We will share our experience. And in digital transformation, one thing is for sure, that it is a journey of co-traveling, co-learning, enjoying the journey as much as we try to lead, we try to direct, we try to instruct. So with this, we will start with you, Aiskan, that you, each one of you in a fashion will come back and please give your definition and in what you want to share regarding your.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mahabata. I echo what he says on this side. This is a journey kind of thing, and there is no one single individual's responsibilities. What I see in my experience, what you did on this side, it is always a hard to push what you did and what you deliver, right? One part we feel very proud that we have designed something and we have created something, but the adoption is not happening. There is no meaning to that one. So there I see it's a journey, and each function or each individuals in the part of that is very key to this one. Starting from who is thinking about and strategical thinking what way I should do it, and who's the end user. Then the journey ends over there, and still we keep on kind of renovating what is happening and learn from the mistakes or the experience what we are doing, what we could do better. If you are not doing and you stop someday that this has been done, that chapter is over, then next day you feel that yeah, I'm totally backward. So nobody in that space, somebody has overtaken you. In my experience, what I say always that people thinks about digitization is not earlier what we talk about computerization. Year 2000 something we say everything is now become computerized. So digitization is not that same thing, right? It's the mindset change what you're doing. What sir is just explained that you transform from a caterpillar to a butterfly. Total mindset ecosystem has to change for that one. And very good part on this side, that experiencing part. What is the experience coming out? Now, if you talk about, I'll give a little kind of example on this side, what you do on this side. Earlier, you used to date the banking because I just explained the banking. I'm coming from the banking industry on this side. Earlier, people used to go to bank to deposit checks, withdraw cash, and all these things happening, right? Now same thing's happening. But what who is doing? So customer is doing himself. Various means by doing ATMs, you talk about digital banking, all these things happens. So two things happens, it's given experience and sometimes give you a confidence. This is what I'm holding. Decreasing the load on the kind of a branch banking and all these things, people should do something else. The branches are not stopped, right? So they are doing something else now. So don't think that mindset that if a decision happens, somebody will not be able to do something. So keep yourself improvising so that you come to the next level. And servicing and experiencing is the next thing what I see the digital platform or digitization going to help us to do that.
Good. Essentially, your take is that customer journeys are only becoming guided journeys rather than bank dispensed journeys.
Right.
Customers have made up their mind. Good. Ashok.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mahapatra. Thanks, everyone. Uh, Basically, I have seen in my entire experience when we earlier NBFCs used to be focusing on main core application digitalization or key processes like credit underwriting, operations, and collections were mainly digitalized. And though at that juncture, the applications were not integrated fully. Many times these processes were in silos. Over a period of time now what we are seeing is that entire application, all applications, key processes are digitized, right from like earlier we used to do digital underwriting, I mean only digitization, but the underwriting was manual. Now in NBFC it is purely credit scorecard based underwriting is happening. Even collections, where if you see the process, the classification and allocation of basis customer behavior or the agency performance, there are AI/ML models which have been built in industry as well as in our company, which helps us to easily classify the contract and the customer behavior and allocate it to the correct person. Similarly, I have seen earlier like asset monitoring or legal, those data used to be completely offline. I mean, it used to happen on Excels or mails, but with government initiatives, we have seen lot of legal data getting digitalized. So now, while onboarding the customer itself, we can identify whether he is having any legal case against him. Similarly, for asset monitoring, etc., we can get lot of data for the existing customers like construction finance. Those are, you can say, non-individual customers data from various legal sites, as well as we can identify their civil track record, etc. So that helps us to completely, I mean, identify the customer while onboarding or underwriting him better. So this helps. Apart from that, what the other panelists said, uh, we are also having the complete like collections has been digitalized. Earlier, it used to be physical collection slip used to be given to the customer or the receipt used to be issued to the customer. Now it is completely digitalized, and this data also gets posted real time via I mean payment gateways as well as via mobile mcollect kind of an app in our organization. So that helps to, I mean, reduce the operational workload as well as bring the data integrity across the platform. And the other aspects with respect to like earlier we used to be mainly on the on-prem. Now we have completely moved on cloud. 95% of our, I mean, IT infra is on cloud. Many of the applications which were earlier mainly on basically uh, were outdated, we have been moving into upgrading those applications to make them API enabled so that integration can happen across platforms. The entire data is digitalized, and so that we can I mean apply AI/ML models on that, improve our processes, policies, and decision making. And with thanks to our management, there is also a lot of emphasis on digitalization, which helps us to basically grow business and support business better. So this is what my journey says, Mr. Mahapatra.
Good.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think what you told was that all parts of the organizations have been touched in a big way or a small way through digitization. It is a question of a mixture of what is the maturity that is happening, and we are probably living in a hybrid world so far. Yeah, Anil.
So I'll just talk about my journey as part of the digital transformation and digitization. So when I started in the technology field, we started something called automation with systems in the mainframes. And over a time, we started calling that as a legacy systems, and then started building out from those mainframe and build up a system which is very highly coupled architecture and solution to perform better. Okay. And so that was a time from till 2000, 2005, where we started transforming out of mainframe. So that was a legacy transformation out and building out something kind of open stack, C, C++, Java, .NET and all. Okay. And those transformation helped the organization to build to a certain level. Okay. And then suddenly we started calling that as a legacy because we wanted to get into more scale, and technology as evolving, keep on evolving. So we getting into the API economy and tries to start building a more modular architecture, a microservice based model. So last 8 to 10 years has been in the API economy, where we keep on building a systems which can scale to address the customer demands, scale to handle different business operations, scales to integrations. So that has been. Now, if you look at last 3 to 4 years, things are still changing. We are getting into AI/MLs, we are getting into blockchain, we are getting into various others things on IoT devices. And recently, if you look at things are even scaling out in the chatbot, chat GPT, and things like that keep on happening. So, but these are the transformations are part of our journey, okay, and it keep on happening. You know, today we have at one technology level, but tomorrow we may end up in rebuilding most of the solutions or softwares which we have built up because things are changing and dynamics are changing. So my take is that it is a journey and we have to take it on as we go along, and still we have to plan for the futures.
Good, Anil. Again, your take is different but quite refreshing. What you are telling is that miniaturization, connectedness, and probably internal modifications or transformations as we do external transformation. These are defining digital transformation. Shiva?
Hey, thanks for this question. Hello everyone. The reason we are physically present, but some of us are digitally present in the mobile itself says how stronger the digital communication has taken up. It has become so much personalized, so much customized. So we are hooked to it and we are seeing it. I mean, it's more of an pull factor. It has already turned. So with that phrase, I wanted to say four tangents of the digital. Like how Mahapatra said, process, product, services. I'll start with communication. We've already seen the communication. The people know, the respective companies, apps know how to cater to you, in which mode you would be comfortable, for what kind of message you'll turn your head up. They know it, and that's how the digital communication. Second layer of looking at it is from the products perspective. So products now, even in the fintech, I take the NBFC also as an example. There are instant loans as a product which has come purely digital, which has come out. There are some loans which are getting transformed. We have gold loans at FedFina, which has turned into doorstep gold loans as well. So there's good amount of digital involvement in this from the product perspective. Second, the third layer of approach which I wanted to give after communication and product is process. So process orientation earlier, there are a lot of papers which are moving from this desk to that desk, departments internal between departments. But now we have seen a lot of it being automized. There's RPA in picture wherever there is no manual intervention is needed, not needed. Otherwise, there are systems made. Approvals also has been imbibed with HRMS APIs. So that's how we build some of the systems in our internal company as well, like ERM and legal modules and all, where there are multiple departments working in a digital process-oriented approach. For the process-oriented approach, I also want to bring to your attention that organizational uh, blessing is also needed. Because traditionally people have seen a lot of their experience, they have keen to and comfortable in doing a process in a standard approach. Now doing something in a different approach is a resistance in altogether. So organization has to be open to that. It is exactly like a youngster in the family wanted to who is earning maybe same or as much higher than his dad, who has 20 years of experience saying something. That's the kind of situation gets formed in the company, but that has to be seen with a positive approach. And the last one is services. Like the other gentleman said, there is the customer services are being accessed via portals. There's website, app, and there's social media. All those are there, and they have become now need more than the luxury. So that's how I see digital from four. Thanks, sir.
No, good. Thank you. I think your take is that people's ability to reach technology and the technology's ability to reach people both have worked towards doing it. I'll come to you, Aiskant. See, these new kids in the block, which we call startups, we call fintechs. Every day they are pushing the bar. They are asking the incumbents to redefine themselves. They are unleashing what is called, what incumbents called semi-baked kind of products, but customers are loving it. It is all free, and it is the pleasure of experimentation is there. What do you think are the main success factors for the fintechs and startups to do this kind of fun in the digital transformation space?
I have a great regards towards the fintech, what they are doing on this side. So I'll say one thing this comes up, they don't have any legacy or the backend something, and that is not carry over. All are kind of fresh thinkers, fresh minds, and coming out. Similarly, the ecosystem partnership with kind of financial organization could be NBFC banks and fintechs is the way forward. What I see on that way. Why I say so? Because the banks and NBFC has their legacy and they know what is the core to their business, but what they're lacking out to reaching out the customers and the experience. What fintechs brings the value. Recent example I'll just say so people can correlate on this side. When we work on this side, now you see everywhere coming out credit card, UPI available, right? So people can pay through UPI using credit cards. Earlier, what was there? You have to link your bank account or a debit card so that your bank account, so whenever you go, you scan any QR code and pay, so your bank account get debited and it's gone. So now recently with NPCI, we have also launched in the fast mover for that. So given that UPI on CC, that's very buzz in the market people are talking about. But we have the core system, we have UPI switch, we know what is the UPI happens, how the transaction happens. But what the fintechs has helped on this side. I'm talking to few the fintech player who are the leading on this side. They create the experience. Traditional way, we ask to register your UPI ID by giving this card number, date of birth, and all these things. The seamless experience what fintech builds on this side. Put your mobile number, they search it, and they say this is OTP registration, 1 second, over, everything is done. And next 1 second, you do a transaction and go. And the transaction is so seamless, now people have, I think people have now slowly forgetting to bring their wallet in this kind of thing, kind of concept. I'm talking about the physical wallet. Everything is now mobile because you have everything on this mobile. So that is because of the fintech world, what is happening on this side. And this is one just example what I say. In any cases, anywhere you go, starting from railway ticket booking, starting from BST bus searches, like whenever you stand, you know how long this BST will happen. Forget about the Ola, Uber bookings. That is already passed for me now. So what I'm seeking at what people are looking and how they are doing that one. Now fintech has given one more example people might have experienced. No need to carry a boarding pass, no need to printing a boarding pass. You have using a kind of smartwatch, you can have the mapping on the side, get the QR done, and all the airports has been now equipped. So Digi Yatra is supporting that one. So the moment you go and just put this watch, no security checks required. You just pass as you they are welcoming on the red carpet. So that's what happening. Again, this is fintech. What they are doing kind of thing. All you talk about is having fintech on this side. Second part, what I'm saying now, this is what happening. Now, I always see there is always a merit. People are thinking how the fintech is facilitating. Is it experience? What do you bring to the table? And down the line, 4 to 5 years, what I see, people might have heard about metaverse. How many of you heard about metaverse? Just to know. Yes. There, if you see the adoption is happening, Facebook in 2021, given the name as Meta. You have heard that one? One WhatsApp, Facebook coming out Meta. So they are already starting transformation from themselves. So they're thinking ahead what is going to be happening in the next 4 to 5 years. Which if you see the customer base or the people who are in the metaverse world is the young generation people, right? You say 10 to 18 years people are the highest consumer of those platforms. So they are going to be your financially savvy after 4 to 5 years they start earnings and they are your targets customers going to be to use any of the products, not talking about the banking, financial, nothing. any products. So that people are behaving, and now people are seeing that experience, right? So digital platform like Amazon and everything, you give a product. So now if you see every product is available now 3D, you see this angle, that angle, and try to do. And now the next step is to experience. What is that product about before buying? What you get in the real world by walking to a store or doing something in the classroom or whatever. So that people are trying to do on the digital world. So that's what again the fintechs going to do that. But the backend is always who are traditionally on that business that they know, and regulatory compliance, everything they take care. So always I see there is always a combination going to work, and fintech is going to play a very critical role on this digital transformation journey because of the value and the experience what they bring. So that's what I say.
Thank you. Ashok, see, when I was building Yono, for example, so that time, looking at all the global practices and the best practices, McKinsey was advising me, and you know, IBM was building it for me. And that time we learned that the power of individualization is supreme. Gone are the days even when we were talking of customization for a group. It is the power of one. But now again, I am watching that most of the people are trying to bring products, and products which are omnibus, which are one size fits all, is considered to be away from the idea of digital transformation. What is your take?
Yeah, very true, Mr. Mahapatra. Currently, even in our NBFC journeys, what we are experiencing that basis product and segmentation of the customers, we are dividing new products processes. Many times our journeys, like online journeys for customers, has been digitized basis what customer will have in that segment. Like we will actually, if we are getting any lead from any of the channel partners, we will be able to give him real time links wherein the customer can do his entire KYC as well as other digital data entry himself. It can get validated by various API aggregators which are available in the market. So one has to choose what is suitable for the organization and who are the market leaders in this API space, and choose those vendors while defining your journey. And then these entire whatever customer gives is Aadhaar card, his banking via account aggregator, or there are various service providers in the market who can actually read your bank statements as well as GST as well as ITR details, completely digitize that and push it to your underwriting platform real time for, and then you can actually give him a decision real time. If it is a small ticket loan, then we can run our AIML models. We can give credit underwriting decision, and it can, the case can be auto approved from system. Similarly, on the other side, collections, it can be other case. We are also seeing a lot of earlier these operations team used to be completely CRM was there from previous days, but there was no digitization. Like a customer calls the call center and then the ticket used to be given, and then the service used to be happening after 3-4 hours or within a day as a TAT. But nowadays the TAT is reduced to some hours, wherein the once the ticket is I actually logged into system, the bot reads the ticket and bot himself either downloads the SOA, or customer himself can get it on WhatsApp via bot, which is pushing the interest statement or any SOA what he needs. So the TAT has got really reduced, and at the same time the digitization data integrity has improvised. So it also helps us to satisfy that customer, and also help us to retain and cross sell. Also, if you see earlier, the cross sell or upsell used to be happening by taking data individually from core applications and then doing it separately from marketing or CRM platforms. But nowadays it is completely digitalized, wherein the AIML model itself suggests you these are the prospective customer for these kind of schemes. You can run those schemes on the marketing platforms with customer experience, and then start their journeys again to offer them specific other loan, like home loan customer. You want to give him any small ticket personal loan or digital quick cash. So this is how the entire universe is completely digitalizing end to end. So I personally feel we should choose. There are many vendors in the market. We should choose them. There is not. I mean, those days are not now gone, wherein the everything used to be happening within a single platform, because that used to create monopoly. Nowadays we are going towards microservices and also using API aggregators from the market. Whoever can give us those services, use them and use it for your business to actually acquire or retain customer and enhance customer satisfaction. This is what my
Good, good. So what you are essentially telling is that people who were thinking that one size fits all, that is gone. Now they will have to expose. So Siva, as we have been discussing the trends hitherto, what is happening is that every company is becoming an IT company in the business of X. So, but amongst them also, research firms like Gartner or Forrester have told that banking, retail, telecom, and media are supposed to be at the forefront of continuous technology evolution as it takes place, banking and media, because most of these companies can be done on the companies can do others' business. So, what are you seeing as the major trends in the banking and financial sector, which are likely to come?
Okay. So, with I just want to keep an analogy back to you guys, based on the industries which Sir has said. So, with suppose if finance and telecom are parents, who are the children? Who can be the son and who can be the daughter? Any guesses? Or maybe digital. I'll make it much more simpler. Digital and telecom are parents. The son who shouts is the voice, and the daughter who texts is the chatbot. So I'll just take it from the same analogy and tell you, voice bot and voice blast has become one of the crucial trend across the industries, especially even in the banking and finance as well, because that makes the tailor-made customization and personalization for the people without compromising on the any regulations. So even the business pumps up, things go a little faster, quick. That is quick, and efficiency is there. That's with the voice bot, and same goes for the voice blast as well. It's used across all the use cases of from customer acquisition, lead conversion to customer service to offering a cross sell or upsell as well. We personally in Fedfina have used the voice bot for the top up as well as the business loan customer acquisition as the use cases. Now coming to the chatbot, we know the trend of chat GPT which is flowing in at this point of time. If I would just want to compare with another analogy. If chat GPT has an avatar who sits before you, I'm not gender agnostic, but based on the conversations which you do with chat GPT, I'm sure, because it will solve your emotional advice to personal financial advisors till the entire end of spectrum, it would get a lot of roses on the Valentine's Day. So the way you ask ChatGPT also is also more important. There is a framework of you ask ChatGPT with care. So C stands for the character. You would tell what kind of person you are. Maybe you want to say you're a marketing professional as such. A stands for the achievement. Basically, what is that you are? Maybe you're a 10-year professional. You are looking for something of that sort. R stands for the response. What kind of response you are expecting, and E stands for the example. You would tune it in such a manner, and you ask the question. Trust me, the chatbot will give you the answer in the way it is needed. I have personally seen in my company people using chatbot to write the mails also. I was surprised when one of the developer has written a mail and it was so much classic. I called him and asked, how are you able to write this mail? He said, I use ChatGPT. Oh man. Then there is people who are running the digital marketing campaigns, the creative liners via ChatGPT. So just imagine where the trend is going on. And this is agnostic of industry, but it is definitely true for finance as well. Now there are a couple of three more points which I would tell. AI and ML we are also using for the credit underwriting use cases as well as the collection allocation methodology based on the vintage analysis. Blockchain we don't use it, but blockchain in my understanding blockchain can be used for identity detection, so people doesn't fraud it because it goes chain by chain, and for the transactions. And payments have been, like Mahapatra said, that payments have been the trend which has been going on, and we have, encouraged it. All of us have encouraged it, and now it has become part of it actually in our wings as well.
Thank you. Very interesting things. Coming back to you, Anil, I always believe that the ones when they fly in the sky and forget the first principles are always doomed to be in grief. Is it the first principle of digital has always been productivity in any sector? To do more, faster, more accurately. So productivity being the first principle of enterprises, how do you see digital transformation supporting productivity?
Well, productivity is a very, very basic things for any digitization because it's a primary driver to digital transformation. The reason being is that the digitization brings the automations. Automations helps to free up, let's say, employees' time, okay, and the employee as a human mind can think more creative, more strategic solution, build something new, focus areas which can even further optimize. Okay, so automation is one of the key tasks, as you say, part of the digital transformations happening right from the this routine works which employees does. Okay, like clerical work where the set of task defined, so you can have a RPA which is robotic process automation or bots, as my friend was mentioning, right? Those activities can be easily automated out and routine things can be set up. Okay. Other areas, if you look at, is the process efficiencies front, okay, which digitizations bringing out in terms of how the processes can be efficiently done. Okay, for giving a simple example, as when I was in NSDL, right, uh, onboarding a customer as in, you into the system to create a demat account so that he can trade. Okay, typically how much time it is supposed to take? Okay, it used to take 3 days, 6 days, 7 days earlier. Okay, now if you look at it is instant. I would rather suggest. Okay, you can go in the apps like there are lots of brokers. Okay, we have completely automated on mobile. I don't want to name it. You can open a demat account, do your eKYC on fly. Okay, so you can able to trade it very next moment. Okay, so this the process efficiency is also driving another area of productivity. Third thing I look at is the if you look at the accuracy of the data, humans do make mistakes and the error do happen. Okay, but digitization avoids those to help uh, put the processes or put the task more efficient, more accurate in terms of computations. So look at, for example, in the exchanges where I operate and work. Okay, the things happen in let's say algorithmic trading, as you in the morning saw what are the dynamics happening in the morning, like a key drivers for stock exchanges. Okay, so high frequency trading, algorithmic trading, so okay, keep on happening, and the settlement time is very uh, need to be very accurately computed out. So uh, accuracy is very important. So automation, efficiency, and accuracy is helping the productivity, and that is how I see that this is driving out the productivity.
No, no, thank you. True. As we, I think, I wanted to have one more round with because it is getting interesting. But in the interest of time, I'll go through the last wrap-up round. But coming back to your thing, and this is a thought trigger that I leave with all of you, as well as my panelists. There are clear and distinct areas of dark spots that are emerging in the digital transformation arena. There has been oversaturation on payment space, on onboarding space, on KYC space, on lending origination, loan origination space. But in the collection space, 85,000 crore industry, hardly any innovation, hardly any fintech. Again, you go back to fully manual mode. on managing bad loans, on managing misbehavior, hardly anything. So I leave you with that, but I'll go for a final round with my co-panelists. I will start with you, Ayaskant. And Ayaskant, if you can sum up your thoughts on digital transformation with specific emphasis on importance of data.
Yeah, I'll say what we all talk about, your chat GPT, AI, ML, and all these things, all is backed by data, right? I'll give a little kind of mythological way on this side. We always know what does the astrologer mean, right? When you go to astrologer, you feel very happy that when he said that if your future looks very bright, you'll do so many things on this side. What is that basically? It's all AI. He has seen similar kind of thing. He asked, what is your date of birth, sun sign, moon sign, all these things. He put it to similar nature of people do this and looks like this, and we feel very happy on this side. So data is a similar way. The data teaches you two things: what you have done in past, whether it's a good or bad, whatever. And with that same good or bad experience, you need to plan for your future. So the two aspects, very important for that one. What you have done so that you know exactly what has been gone wrong and take a course correction immediately so that your future is good on the side and the bright part of it. And this data give you a insight where we should focus, where you should not, or where the focus to be driven on which angle on this side. All this designing digital, whatever you are happening on this side is based on that model. I personally believe on that data. Various platforms now are available. You can use Hadoop was one of the thing, BigQuery. I'm using BigQuery, that's why I'm saying that in thing. Big data also I have used on this side. So what we basically see is all these platforms are available, but the more intelligent lies what your data models are there and how do you want to see your data. Data has various aspects. If you say I want to see how many volumes happens, you can see it. The more you nurture the data, more insight you will get it, and that is going to definitely help your digital journey and digital transformation on this side. As you say, example on this side, now what you are trying to do, the platform, everything is ready. Now what I see on this side, now you have to define the product. Their data is going to help you to define your product and the strategy for next digital transformation or the business transformation, what you want to going to do that. So that's important, the data is.
Thank you. Ashok, your concluding thoughts, put an emphasis on cloud.
Yeah. So as per, I mean, currently most of the NBFCs which has, initiated their journeys 10 years back, they are in a process of upgrading their core application as well as moving to cloud, because many of these application service providers or applications are not cloud compatible. So, many of the NBFCs are upgrading to latest versions, which are microservices or API enabled, as well as moving their entire IT infra as well as applications, key applications on cloud. I personally feel over a period of time, apart from these API aggregators which are available in the market, uh, uh, the way we used to earlier deploy the code, etc., via, on-prem, that is now already got changed with DevSecOps coming in. But at the same time, many of these services you may know, like Amazon's or AWS and Azure, they may start offering many of these lending or other services. I mean, in a SaaS model kind of a stuff, which may come. Apart from that, generative AI, once we have digitalized and gone on cloud, the generative AI may also help us to do many of our tasks which we are currently doing by taking data from APIs, etc. Or it may start suggesting to the maker or checker that this is the trend, whether you want to proceed. This will come. Uh, the other important aspect for the industry to be looked at is currently most of the workforce which you are having, they needs to be reskilled, or they need to be again trained on this entire cloud as well as the new technologies which are coming up in the market. So it is never, it is a continuous journey in itself, Mr. Mahapatra and everyone. Uh, that is what my take is.
Thank you. Anil, your final thoughts. Please put an emphasis on the new age terms like agility, open source, and how we collaborate.
So, starting with the open source, I feel, this is my personal opinion, that is free up from the locking to any vendor. Okay, but it does require your own in-house competencies to build on top of it and customize it. You cannot leave it to the open source developers fully, okay? Because if they stop developing and further enhancement, you will be vulnerable to all kinds of attacks. Okay? Agility is very basic in every organizations or any development because you need to make your deliverable faster to the market. Okay, so you have to split into sprints or iterative cycles of development so that you can bring more agility in terms of deploying the solutions and giving and getting some value adds. Okay. The new technology, as we keep on talking out, the AI, ML, blockchains, IoT, okay, cloud computing is happening, and we all have some or the other way are not untouched. Okay. So we have to get more inside it, okay, and start leveraging it because they are the future's digital transformation journey. So that's my take, sir.
Thank you. Siva, the final word to you. In our childhood, we used to say, if there is unlimited time and there is no boundaries, football game could have been so interesting. So, but unfortunately, there is 90-minute time, and the moment you put the ball outside of the boundary, referee blows the whistle. So the regulators and the policy makers who set the boundary conditions often define what we can do, what we cannot do. What is your take on the direction of regulation?
The way you pick the analogy, I think regulators are needed exactly in the same manner. If there is no referee, we would not be able to play properly. I mean, everyone will play in chaos, right? Similarly, regulator or policymakers, if is another analogy I can put it out is the car brakes. While digital transformation, agility, and US technologies are accelerator for the car, you need the brake. Without the brake, you can't drive it fast. You will be scared actually to drive it faster. And most of the times when we buy the cars, along more than the BHP or something, we see the safety things. So regulators would set it up straight, smooth, keep it, make it open place for everyone. In fact, along with that, once they feel that most of the market has taken it up, they will make it standards. So now they made this Aadhaar masking, Aadhaar vault as a standard, right? Just imagine you have signed Aadhaar, you have signed it on your Aadhaar Xerox and it is lying somewhere in the godown versus your Aadhaar number being stored in the vault, which is encrypted, which is masked, and then it is stored in the vault. So how which is secure? So the policy makers as well, regulators, if you have to see on the other side of the coin, they do ensure and push the digital transformation, making the open fair play so that they doesn't even sometimes ensure that it is not biased and monopoly. Also, they would take care of that as well.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what myself and my co-panelists have to offer. I thank my co-panelists. I think in the interest of time, since we have been told that we are about 30 seconds over time, and we will conclude this. Thank you very much. Most of us are available during tea breaks and all, and we will take your questions during that time. Thank you very much. Thanks all of you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Two times a couple.
Yeah, sure. So, in case if anyone has questions, I know they just stood up, but then, we would like to give the opportunity to our delegates out here. Is anyone curious on discussing? Yes, sir. Could we have a mic here, if you don't mind?
My friend Siv is also there. He can give a few answers.
I believe, yes. So if you could just get your name as well, just in interest of everybody around here. Yeah.
Hi, I am Nilesh Desai. I am the VP at Neogen, handling the sales operations and the CRM part. My specific question is to Mr. Nandipati. This is about the data that has been pulled from customers. Okay. Now every fintech, every NBFC has been pulling data. So the data masking, the data which has been pulled and been stored onto their servers. How safe is that data? Because new NBFCs that are coming in do not want to spend that much amount of cost getting an AWS or a cloud server they manage the data on their servers, like the small NBFCs and fintechs.
So question, please.
Yeah. So how is customer guarded from all these fintechs towards this digital transformation when everyone is pulling the same amount of data for every customer? So that's my question on the customer safety and the safeguarding part of customers. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you, Siva. Yeah.
Touchwood, the regulator has been so much on the customer side for this, because if you don't if you don't click on the allow button on the app, nobody can take the data from you. Whatever they have to take, whether they have to read your SMS or read your call log or anything, you will have to give the permissions. At this point of time, the way the digital transformation and agility is happening, my sincere submission is everyone also should be careful about what they are giving the permissions to and what they are accessing, giving the access of information. Even for the CIBIL pool as well, there has to be a mandatory yes nod from the customer or the prospect to get it generated. So once there is yes coming from the customer, then only the organizations can do it. On the hindsight, all these critical information, definitely they are like I said, they have taken the other example, they are actually stored in a proper vault. The security is at high level, and integrity, there is no compromise on the integrity for these things, especially in the BFSI sector.
Thank you.
Good. We'll take the last question. One more.
Yes, sure, sir. Is anyone else? I believe there were two hands, if I'm not wrong. One out here, one of the gentlemen, or you're just trying to say hi? Okay, no. On that note, I'd like to humbly thank our esteemed panelists, and with that, let's give them a big, big round of applause. And if I could have Ms. Soni to please join us and help us in the felicitation. First up, if we could have Mr. Mahapatra to help us in felicitating all our panelists first. And of course, Ms. Soni is joining us as well. Could we have the team bring up the mementos on the stage? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. What an incredible discussion, Mr. Mahapatra, the genius. He always curates such great conversations, and we're elated that with his great experience, he could join us on the platform today. Yes. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause. All our esteemed panelists. And we have the honor of receiving it from none other than Mr. Mahapatra. Thank you so much, sir. Oh, perfect. Let's bring that moment together. Thank you, Mr. Mahapatra. Smiles on the stage. We're talking about these are the moments we'd love to capture with the immense leadership being present. Mr. Mali, of course, receiving it right now. Thank you, Mr. Mali, for your contribution today. And of course, thank you so much, Sivakumar. And may I request all of you, along with Ms. Soni, to please come in together as a group photograph. Let's make it memorable with everyone, all our panelists coming in together for a group photograph. The key enablers of our industry. Thank you so much for your valuable time and expertise. Of course, our speakers are there for networking, and if you'd like to question them further with regards to any topic, thank you once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's only getting bigger and better. Next up, joining on stage, he's somebody who's played a leadership role in streamlining the business processes and operations from inception to execution. He's a master strategist having an eventful career of 26 plus years in various industries like IT services, telecom, and infrastructure. In the past, he has been associated with companies like Sifi Technologies, Tata Communications, Tulip Telecom, and HCL, where he's been a pioneer in developing and launching profitable business models that include complete end-to-end life cycle management of the organization. A regular business speaker, he's somebody who's an influential figure in the industry. We're talking about the Managing Director, Data Center India at Capitaland Investments, Surajit Chatterjee. Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee, for joining us today and giving us your valuable time. We'd request you to now join us on the podium and take the discussion forward.
Good morning, all of you, and thank you. Thank you, CI News, Khushbu, and thank you for all coming and making time for this morning's session. I think I'll just take 5 minutes in introducing Capitaland, and then we have a very interesting fireside chat where I am the moderator and we have a very industry veteran coming in and answering very relevant and pertinent questions on the BFSI sector and its way forward. I don't know how much you know about Capitaland. I thought it'll be a good platform to introduce and what are we doing in India to share some thoughts. We are a large real estate fund and a real estate group headquartered out of Singapore, and we are into multiple real estate businesses. From the consumer side to the industrial side, the portfolio enhances and spreads across 260 cities worldwide, and and from the consumer side, I mean, the noted portfolios, what we carry is that when you land in Singapore, I'm sure all of you must have traveled once. You land at the airport, which is called Changi, which is done by us. And from there, we hold the consumer large portfolio like the Ascot group of hotels worldwide, and other consumer portfolios like the retail, the malls. In India, we were formerly known as Ascenders. And the notable journey started in 94-95 when we started our famous International Tech Park, Whitefield, Bangalore, the business park. And that's where we started. And that's one of the portfolio. From there, we moved into the logistics space and now data centers. Quickly on the data centers, I think globally we are holding about 26 data centers in China, Europe, Korea, Beijing, so on and so forth. In India, we started our data center journey in 2017, 2018. Typically, I think we wanted to be a service operator, service provider in the country, building infrastructures across all the country. I think one space, and all of you must be witnessing that, one space which has attracted a lot of investment in the last 2 to 3 years. Every state is pushing a lot of policies for rolling out their data centers in terms of giving incentives to the new players who are coming and setting up these infrastructures in the country. Data is becoming more and more critical across all platforms. And that's where we see an opportunity to come, build the right infrastructure, spread it across the country to cater to all the requirements. Typically, this business is very capital intensive. Hence, the financial stability is very critical. And we see many players today who have entered India, either through direct or through JVs, is a testimony of the fact that the demand is being seen in the next 5 to 7 years. And there are multiple factors which are supporting this demand in terms of, as I said, digitization. Post-COVID, there has been a huge surge into the demand for data. Country is still very, very young in terms of data penetration. I think we have huge land parcels. We have stable power. We have stable telco network, which is allowing us to set up these investments. We are spreading in all the major metros. Right now, we are there in Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore. All constructions are underway. We'll be focusing on furthermore cities. I think the total size of the investment, what we're putting in India, is roughly about 15,000 crores on the phase 1, which is also giving us the confidence that there is a market. And I think today's BFSI and Fintech continues to lead and give us directions to players like us in terms of where we want to be. Are we building the right infrastructure to cater to this segment, which is also the market leader in terms of the requirement, and therefore. So I think followed this short session, we will having a fireside chat. And during the fireside chat, a very, very pertinent, relevant questions would be asked to the industry veteran, which definitely gives a lot of input to new players like us in terms of, are we in the right direction? Are we putting in the right place? Is technology supporting us? Are we looking at future? That's very critical. The way the technology, the way the AI and other penetrations in the cloud are being seen, it's becoming a very innovative space. Infrastructure players like us, who's building something today for a product which is going to be get ready for about 1.5, 2 years down the line, are we on the right track or not? I think that this fireside chat, I'm sure, will help and give us a lot of guidance to us in terms of our way forward. Thank you once again for patiently listening, and we'll see you on. I think.
Thank you so much. On that front, as Mr. Chatterjee rightly said, it is going to be time for us to curate the next part of our discussion, which is going to be a fireside chat. Of course, Mr. Chatterjee, you may be seated down or up, however you'd like, but I'd like to officially call you in again. But let me have the honor of first introducing our dignitary who's going to be joining us. Joining us for the fireside chat is going to be a global CXO executive with more than 27 years of experience working across Fortune 500 financial service companies and platform businesses, instrumental in transforming National Stock Exchange into a fair, equitable, resilient, and a scalable platform. Prior to NSE, he was the Chief Technology Officer of State Bank of India, who was reporting directly to the group chief executive and the chairman of the company. He had set up India's first digital bank platform, which I'm sure all of you are aware, which is called YONO, with a valuation running at USD 80 billion, larger than any modern payment bank in India. We're talking about more than 15 million new customers acquired during the operations of less than 24 months. He's somebody who's set up various offshore delivery centers and owned change delivery and run organizations across not just India, US, UK, and African markets, but has also worked with Fidelity Investments for transformation of global funds life cycle management platform. I'm sure it's like a huge honor to have him. And of course, we couldn't have had anyone better than Mr. Chatterjee to curate this discussion forward. Could I now humbly have the honor of inviting none other than the EVP, CTO, and COO NSE, Shiv Kumar Bhasin, to kindly join us, along with Surajit Chatterjee, Managing Director, Data Center India at Capita Land Investments. Let's give them all a big, big round of applause.
For inviting me in this session.
Pleasure, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
It's always a pleasure and an honor to share the dais with you. I think your experience or expertise in the BFSI segment has been an immense contribution, I think, to the entire sector. And I'm sure that audience, which includes myself, will definitely take away a lot of inputs to this session. So I think since we have a hard stop, I think we should start, right? Sure. So I think a few set of questions what we have planned for this fireside chat would be revolving around the data center infrastructure and your thoughts on this sector. Data center continues to be a very critical ingredient into the entire BFSI sector, and it has its various shapes and forms, how it plays its role. So I think starting on, how do you see data centers playing a very crucial role in BFSI, to sustain, enhance the business operations?
See, I think data centers are always going to be the integral part of the infrastructure for any enterprise, not just the BFSI. And as the digitization is growing and as more and more automation, AI, and more technology enablement of the business services is happening, so there is definitely, the data centers are going to be in a huge demand in terms of not just kind of a house of, you can call it the technology equipment, means all the technology stack, be it as a, entire network, servers, storage, everything. But also, looking at the resiliency and fault tolerance for making the entire digital transformation to work in a resilient fashion. The data centers, there will be key requirement that they have a multiple level of resiliency, be it is a edge data center, be it is a the various telecom service providers, which are being supported in a resilient fashion from coming from the various unique paths converging into the location. And it is very much contextual for the India specific, because we are a growing country and still a lot of infrastructure is being built and enhanced, and which lot of times leads to, sometimes there are whatever the previous implementation of the road version 1 finishes, there is another contractor who was supposed to build 1.2, and before 1.2 was 1.0 was itself was delayed, the 1.2 of the road which they have to resurface it, he again digs the road, and again the another kind of always digging is persistent, here. So that's another which is a big hamper a lot of large institutions have faced, that while the infrastructure improvements are happening, in terms of physical infrastructure across the location where the data center is situated, that impacts the resiliency of the data center, number one. So that it should be design enabled from day one. And as well as when we look at the various utility services, being now we talked about the telecom, the second is the power. And none of the data centers are, in India are tier 4 really. Means nobody has a two different unique power sources, power coming in to their location. They are from mostly they are from the same grid from two different substations. So that is another big area where resiliency is required, and the right level of, in absence of any power, there has to be right level of power failure mechanisms. And then what is the power failure? Whether the power failure is unique to the customer, power failure is depends on the size of the customer. There are many factors. So power is another very big area for resiliency. And there are many sophisticated mechanisms are there nowadays. I think we will not dwell into those details, where it provides those resiliency even in the current context or current scenario where power sources are not from the multiple grids available. So these, I think, two, three things are, definitely the key ingredient. Another one is the PUE, and I was very surprised to talk to some of the regulators and see their observation that earlier the regulators used to talk more about the data center having the right capacity planning and two sources of power, or some resiliencies in terms of telecom, etc. Now regulators are getting into the PUE level as well. So they have been now talking about how close the PUE of the data center is to the one, to near 1.0. They are not talking about 1.3, 1.6 will be good. They're talking about how close it is to 103, 106, 1.06 or 1. So that is where another rigor is coming. And tier 4 is now, given that digitization is growing, I think is the key. So even regulators are pushing for that you must be signing up for the tier 3 plus or tier 4 data center. So these are the, I think, some of the key ingredients to make the entire ecosystem for right digitization, because we might have designed an excellent application, you might have excellent experience, but at the end, when all this is running out of the servers which are hosted in a house which has various levels of shortcomings in terms of resiliency, we are bound to have various kinds of embarrassments with the regulator, with the customers. So that way, data centers play a very major role. And again, just to 10 seconds on this, that I think one question will be there. Now the cloud is there, so whether the data centers will be any longer there or not, I think what is going to be hybrid for good amount of time. Never it is going to be 100% on the public cloud. So hence the data centers are continuing to play a major role for the enterprises. So it is a key ingredient.
Thank you, sir. And it was soothing to hear that. Otherwise, I was getting a little worried with so much of investments already put in. Your hybrid strategy really gives a lot of this thing. But I think thank you so much. You really have answered, a trend which is there in future. I think I will try to merge some of the questions because I think when you are answering, you being a veteran, you will cover the right areas. You've been longly associated with a very large bank, and you know how the infrastructure setup is there. Now you're leading country's biggest exchange. Uh, uh, the potential risk as per you and the challenges. There's a lot of governance in the BFSI sector. There's a lot of governance, and every CIO, CTO, have a huge mandate to follow those governance. What do you think? How these risk challenges from governance, from security perspective, very briefly, can be mitigated as per you? What are the few things one should look at?
Yeah, I think, see, one of the key is there as per the regulatory requirement when we look at the various application stack, that data has to be hosted within the physical boundaries of this country. So when the geographic boundaries come in, so definitely the data centers play a major role, that even if you're subscribing for the any kind of a public cloud services, so their data centers must be hosted out of the geographic boundaries of the country. And the second major area comes, that is more on application design, that in terms of data security, that right level of encryption for data at rest, for data in transmission, or data in motion, as well as looking at all the logs which are being made available. They are all encrypted and only available to the right administrators with the right access levels. So access management is also playing a major role. So now for monitoring all this, the SOC, the Security Operations Center component comes into play, where the various network level securities out of the data center, as well as the physical security in the data center, their monitoring, or however that gets normally monitored in the by the or within the BMS zone in most of the data center. So there is especially in the BFSI or a highly regulated industry, that plays a very strong component, that for a critical large enterprises, they need to have a security operation desk out of the data center to mitigate such kind of risks. And in terms of again further security comes, there's a lot of physical like multiple level of security. Some data centers have like 3 levels of physical security there, from the gate till your server hall. And similarly, the external walls of the data room where your equipments are stored, they should not be facing outside the perimeter of the data center premise. Similarly, on the main gate, various levels of security equipment need to be applied, not just the video cameras and all, but there are borders and various kind of a we should say the various kinds of ammunition resistant walls and construction need to be done. So all that also plays a major role for the data center security. And as I was alluding on earlier, how the resources get allocated, whether it is a cooling or whether it is a the electricity pods to your server hall or your set of area of IT equipment, that also plays a major role. And that could be a threat, whether the distribution, if it is a shared infrastructure, and what if the one particular, another tenant is absorbing these resources on a shared basis, what could be knock-on impact? So that also, is not a direct security threat, but nowadays those intelligence have still not come in, but there are ways where the systems of the data centers can be hacked to rebalance these kind of a shared physical resources, because all of them are ultimately controlled by the building management system or various kinds of software stack. So how they are being secure, how they are being kept secure within the data center premise or by the data centers service providers, that also is one of the major considerations.
Thank you so much, sir. And you are absolutely right. I think these parameters are very critical. Now, moving on, this space, this sector, this industry or this asset class has seized a lot of evolvement. I mean, right? And you've been a part of this journey. I mean, from the year 2000 onwards, when the so-called data center started getting built. Today, if you have to look to a data center service provider,
yes,
what would be your top 4 ask which needs to be fulfilled? I mean, there would be more, I'm sure, but I think the top 4 would be very critical for any data center service provider, and it's not to cater to a customer. I think this question is more pointed towards you in terms of from a critical necessity infrastructure which is needed to support. What would be the top 4 ask?
I think I will be repeating from last my 2 questions, but I think for the critical financial services or non-financial services enterprises, but they are critical in their own space. It is very necessary that they need to have the dedicated, data center space, and that dedicated space for some people, based on their volumes, based on their size, it could be the whole building, it could be the hall, or it could be the, even if shared hall, but more, dedicated supply or the infrastructure, the services of the data center. Then second comes, as main is the data center services, which are like how, whether the power, electricity pod or the cooling is being provided, and as a shared basis or dedicated basis. There are, a lot of data center service providers are now available where at a floor level or at a server hall level, they have a provision where they can dedicate the, and resilient infrastructure services, be it as a electricity, power, cooling, and monitoring for the BMS and security services, and what level of resiliency they provide, whether they provide N+1 or N+N. So that also number 2 comes into play. So various level of abstractions you can apply on this. Number 3 comes the telecom, which is that how many telecom service providers are available. Earlier days we used to have 1+1, but based on the criticality, like we in one of my organization, we have 4 levels of telecom service providers for every link. So, and you need to also look that all these service providers are coming from a unique physical path into the data center based on the whatever shortcomings I said in my earlier response. So these are the key 3 ones. And in terms of 4th is one which is in the cooling, which is again, I think coming in a modern data center where I think some of the critical infrastructure, which is like, and high throughput, high volume, especially taking a case of UPI payments in case, like in the BFSI space, or in our case, the trading. So people are now looking for the liquid cool data centers. Those will be very, very highly specialized area, but there could be a section of your infrastructure which may require for such data centers. And again, that brings your PUE ratings and all closer to one and all those things which I was talking about. So I think these are the four things I would say are the key.
Thank you so much. I think, and really very helpful to understand your thoughts, what are the key factors. Moving on, what is your view? I mean, analytics is becoming very, very pertinent, and it is an area where there's a lot of work is happening and a lot is being seen. How do you see analytics playing a role in critical infrastructure like data centers? I mean, what's the future stored there for the data centers in terms of analytics?
Yeah, see, analytics is definitely, I think analytics is got into the every, we should say, the space or every layer and tier of the your technology architecture, whether we say it just pure applications or infrastructure and the data, because there is a correlation from end to end. Like if there is a your BMS systems, has a integration with the network operation center or the overall operation center. So it can, you will come to know, say, your IT equipments are spread across multiple server halls, and in one particular server hall, you have a potential UPS failure is going to, come in, and your failovers, it's like already one, say it is a 1+1, and already one node is failed, and second, you're already running on a failed over node, and that is unfortunately on a rainy day, it is also on the brink of failure. So now what will be the outages in your this data center? So all that impact analysis proactively you can carry out, based on the integration of your, VMS platform with the operation center integration and
Sure.
correlation with that, which kind of servers are there, which kind of applications are running, which kind of business services are hosted on out of those servers, and what could be the possible impact. And if I have to take a action, then if I have a active data centers, or if I have a near DR, should I run, on that particular very day, the operations, from my fail-safe location. So these decisions, it helps, all this analytics helps to take that decision right.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think a leading question to this, you just mentioned, how do you see disaster recovery near NDR, near DRs, relevant, pertinent in this sector? Because today, the cost of setting up a data center in India is still very high.
Yes.
Right from sourcing of a land to sourcing of power to sourcing of the other infrastructures, it takes a lot amount of time. Do you think from a BFSI sector perspective, DRs and near DRs continue to play a important critical role?
Yes, I think the answer is yes, because again, it depends on how you are using the near DR. Because the minute we say near DR, most of us, actually it rings the bell in our mind that it is going to have a plain vanilla, just a storage, which is going to have the last few hours of data or last few minutes of data to mitigate the data loss, to be prevented whenever you switch over to DR. But I think in that context, maybe for a lot of legacy stack of the application, it will come in. But it matters that we have to reimagine the near DRs, and we have to look at the near DR more like a availability zone, where for the critical operations, so you may have a near DR as another active zone
Sure.
in the same region where your production or DR is there. So there is now there are no longer a concept of three-way, data centers or three-way DR. Now it's a four-way DR. Like there is a near DR for a DR as well.
Sure.
So regulators are now going one step ahead what if you are running from a DR, and if there is a outage in the DR, and most of us go to DR for compliance reason, and largely we run from the production, and you go to DR only 2 weeks in a year maximum. And what if those 5 working days there is a outage? So there will be imminent data loss when if you want to switch back to production. So hence actually, when we are talking about for the legacy stack, near DR now 4-way has to be there, and for the modern stack, and as I think the technical depth of the legacy will be, going down. I think the concept is going to be now having a availability zone, which means that you may have a 3 or 4 availability zones, like any CSP providers. And I think it is going to remain very critical. And apart from availability zone, I think to have again, what level of resiliency in your architecture is being built in. Largely, I think out of the 3 or 4, minimum 2 availability zone may continue, or if not all, will continue as a active. So you can prevent any imminent failure or any kind of a outage. So that these are the key trends for near DR.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, these are really very insightful thoughts. Possibly the last question before we can put a few questions on the floor. Your views and thoughts on what is edge? How do we build edge? We all are building core. We all are looking at the major metro markets.
Right.
Now, the telcos have been very, very active in building the edge. The data center, and there's been a lot of talks on the edge.
Yeah.
What's your initial thoughts? I mean, what should be an edge strategy in India for a data center service provider?
I think a lot of us are using implicitly, like we have a CDN subscriptions, and so CDN play a very big role for they can fuel the edge data centers across the country, number one. And as we are growing the experience, whether it is a retail customer, corporate customer, and we are going towards the instant gratification through the various apps, predominantly all mobile apps only.
Sure.
So to have a various customer analytics, rather than going to the core platforms being made available over the edge. So edge data centers are going to play that major role, and IoT and etc. are also playing a major role.
Sure.
In terms of making the customer experience, very, very relevant from the reason the device is trying to connect. So I see in those areas for enhancing the experience, as well as enhancing the kind of a response to the customer for various that immediately he wants to connect with the business process, and then later on for improving the overall business proficiency, the data can be fetched for having a consistency and all from the core platforms. But immediate gratification, definitely, the edge data centers are going to play major role for such devices.
Thank you so much. And that possibly comes to an end. I think the list of questions are endless, sir, but we have a time. I mean, just to the floor, if anybody has any thoughts, questions, anything to share, please feel free. All right. Thank you then. Thank you, audience, for having a very patient listening. Thank you, sir, for your immense knowledge, and it's really helpful. And we look forward for more engaging sessions with you across platforms. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Surajit.
Thank you so much. Well, on that note, if I could have Ms. Soni please joining us, and we'd love to felicitate our leaders today. Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. Thank you, Mr. Basin, for giving us your valuable time. And of course, so much to take back from this session, and so much learning in the sheer excellence of the leadership on the stage today. We're now having Ms. Soni give away the mementos to our speakers. First up, Shiv Kumar Bhasin. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and contributing on this platform. And a big, big thank you to Mr. Surajit Chatterjee. Well, we request the three of you to please step in the center and come in together for a group photograph along with Ms. Soni. So, ladies and gentlemen, the conversations are getting more incredible, and I think it is now time for us to refuel ourselves. Join us back at 1:30 Indian Standard Time for great conversations ahead. Also, we'd request you, we've got the booths of our partners. We'd request you to kindly visit, network with one another. We've got enough and more time for that. And let's rejoin sharply at 1:30 IST. Thank you once again.
By technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. World of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events and conferences, providing a platform news, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resource sector. When the world is driven by technology, When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on
इसे अंदाजा नहीं कि अगले 5 सेकंड में इसकी जिंदगी उलट
Good
When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights.
So much, Mr. Sudhir, for doing
My
this. You've been.
When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events, and conferences, providing a platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Join the growing community of IT leaders who rely on CIO News for the latest developments and insights. Visit our website and follow us on our socials today and unlock doors of new possibilities. CIO News, energizing IT sector. When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology. CIO News is a leading platform that produces cutting-edge content and resources specifically tailored for IT leaders. Our mission is to provide business technology executives with the latest insights, trends, and developments in the ever-evolving world of information technology. From thought-provoking articles to in-depth interviews, we cover a wide range of topics that matter to IT leaders. Whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, or digital transformation, we have got you covered. Our team scars the digital landscape to bring you the most valuable insights, saving your time and keeping you informed. But CIO News isn't just about online content. We also host webinars, industry events.
Thank you so much, Mr. Surya, for doing
My
this.
pleasure.
You've been an industry veteran, and
When the world is driven by technology, businesses need to rely on digital solutions. Introducing CIO News, your go-to media and news portal for all things technology.
Check. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to All Things BFSI and Fintech Summit 2023. Well, prior to lunch, we did have some great conversations. Of course, such luminaries were present from the fintech and the banking space, and we're looking forward to continuing this enriching conversation. Well, first up, post our lunch, we've got a live conversation which will be coming in directly from the CIO News. So you just saw the test of that, wherein the team is ready with the live of the news bit, which is going to be happening. Also, we'd like to inform you that if any of our speakers or any of our delegates would like to contribute to the forum in the web space as well, you could proceed towards the CIO News live section as well. So we can get that bit sorted during the course of the event whenever you get time. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, currently with us, joining us in the studio is the Chairman, Fintech Convergence Council, who is Naveen Surya. Well, Naveen, of course, as many of you know, is an investor, founder, mentor, advisor, board member, and a fintech thought leader. We're talking about his current roles. There are quite a few, and it's an honor to have him join us. We're talking about him being the chairman, non-executive Fintech Convergence Council, which is the FCC. He's also the chairman, Imperatus Non-Executive Payments Council of India. Also, with the Global FinTech Festival, he's the founder and advisory board member, an independent director at the Satya Micro Capital, Ditya Capital, for a few. A startup investor with a portfolio of 15 plus companies such as Zimeo, OneCard, Tyke, Salt, to name a few. As a strategic venture partner, he's with Beams Venture Fund, which is a fintech at a fintech growth stage fund, an advisor in multiple local and global conglomerates, and of course, as a member working group on regulating fintech department, Reserve Bank of India. We're elated that he's going to be joined with none other than Khushbu Soni, who's the founder and chief editor of CIO News. Let's try and get the pulse from the studio live. Can we have that checked once and
So
on the
much, Mr.
screen?
Sindhu, for
Yeah,
doing this.
perfect. Right there.
You've been an industry veteran, and I think coming from you as insight would be great for our viewers to learn and understand what's next, right, on in the fronts of digital rupee. So my first question is, what steps is RBI taking, in terms of security and privacies of transactions through digital rupee? What's next on that?
So let's first understand where we are in the journey of digital rupee.
Yeah.
I think we are just at the pilot stage.
Right.
And the pilot stage objectives primarily are to see whether the basic functionality of the transaction, both for retail and wholesale, is working or not.
Right.
And of course, it does include to do all the basic checks around security, privacy.
Right.
And as of now, if you see, it's a very kind of by invite only transaction.
Mhm.
Currently, it's exposed only to the bank customers, not yet even to a common man. So all of those customers are completely done and coming through full KYC. And as I said, currently all the security norms that apply in a digital payment world, whether from encryption to security audits, all of those are applicable with the participants in the ecosystem, whether the banks or any other third-party service provider.
Right.
So we could say that it is as secure as any other transaction that is happening in the digital world today. And obviously RBI is continuously monitoring it.
Great, fantastic. How will digital rupee impact the financial inclusion and access to the banking services for the unbanked population of our India?
Very good question, because a lot of time people think digital rupee is probably not for the common man,
Right.
and it may not even drive inclusion. So why do we need it?
Right.
And quite often they also confuse it with UPI. This
Yeah.
is just the pipe and this is the money.
Yeah.
So first of all, we have to understand that what digital rupee is. It actually is a physical currency converted into digital.
Right.
And when you look at a physical currency, the key difference between that and any other product, whether it's a prepaid card, whether it's a credit card, whether your bank money, they are all money forms, but they are not necessarily currency.
Right.
Currency has a legal tender, which gives us a power that it is compulsory acceptable by everyone. Also, when you hand over a rupee note at a retail transaction, the transaction is over there. So the payment and the settlement finality is right then there.
Right.
In every other transaction, you have a multiple steps.
Right.
Even take an example of UPI transaction. Let's say I transfer to you as a Khushbu money.
Yeah.
Right. While the credit will appear in your account real time.
Yeah.
Right. There may be some difference over time, etc. Very
Right.
nominal. But at the back end, the two banks who have to, let's say my bank is SDFC, yours is Kotak.
Yeah.
That transfer still has to be later on. Right. Which means there's some settlement process pending, and then
Correct.
that leads to certain processes.
Right.
But if we were to do the same thing in a physical rupee, I would have given you the money, the transaction is
Yeah.
over.
Yeah.
This is exactly same experience in a digital world.
Correct.
So physical currency today, the biggest limitation that it has is that it does not work in a digital world.
Right.
But digital world is a reality today. So if you have the same physical currency, I call it currency on steroids.
Right.
This is what digital rupee is.
Correct.
So if you first understand this, that this is the money, this is used even today, over 60-70% of retail transactions are by end consumers in physical cash.
Right.
So they like it because of this instant settlement, no questions asked, the transaction then and that over, even smaller value, much faster. So
Yeah.
all those features were missing in every other product.
Right.
So today all those features come. Now to give you one specific example on inclusion.
Yeah.
Let's say today a government wants to transfer some specific benefit to a particular customer. Most
Yeah.
of the scheme requires them to first open a bank account,
Yeah.
then kind of transfer that money through the other link transaction, and then they receive it. And the challenge is that most of these customers can't even keep it in the bank account, because bank
Right.
account is for saving.
Right.
So they have to compulsory go withdraw and then use.
Right.
So if you see the steps for the same work, now compare it to a digital rupee.
Correct.
All you need to know is probably their phone number and the Aadhaar,
Right.
and you can directly send them this to their phone. It's a
Right.
code,
Right.
which is a value.
Right.
Now, this, because it is equal to currency in a digital form, it is immediately usable with all the ecosystem that's available to start accepting it,
Right.
which is increasing rapidly
Right.
and can be increased rapidly at a much later level. So the moment you receive the money, you can start using it.
Right.
And then if you have extra saving from them, then the banking step comes, that you could go and deposit in the bank.
Right.
So if you see from the step, from the cost, from the efficiency, at the speed which you could deliver,
Yeah.
and also this being a programmable money.
Yeah.
If the government want to say that, okay, I will restrict this particular money only for medicine,
Right.
I will restrict this only for rationing.
Mhm.
So you could also do those programming which today you cannot do, let's say, in a physical currency. So I personally believe this is a big tool, and this is the real answer to a physical currency transaction. This is the only product compared to everything else that exists in the market,
Right.
which can actually compete with physical cash.
Right. Got it. Excellent. And what are the potential challenges and risk associated with the introduction of digital rupee, and how does RBI plan to address them?
Yeah. So while I'm not the right person to talk on behalf of RBI, but as
Yeah.
a general practitioner, we could say the challenges. I think any new product has multiple challenges.
Correct.
This is the first new concept.
Correct.
The technology stack is new,
Yeah.
and that's why we are still calling it pilot, or let's say the ecosystem is still in a pilot phase.
Yeah.
Because when you launch something new, you always have some newer discoveries, sometimes challenges, sometimes opportunities,
Yeah.
sometimes threats. So you have to look at all of that.
Right.
Fundamentally, the biggest challenge currently is about understanding this concept.
Mhm.
Educating and financial services education is always a bit of a challenge
Right.
for customer to understand the difference, for an example, between a bank money, currency, etc. And we don't expect them to understand all of it so
Right.
well, right? That's our job
Right.
as the ecosystem. But let me simplify and say that this has similar risk like a physical currency.
Mhm.
You lose your money, you lose it.
Mhm.
So you lose your, while it has some advantage because digital, so you have a resource back, or let's say recourse back with your passwords, with your wallets. But
Right.
fundamentally, it has a similar risk because you have given the money, and if
Right.
you've given it wrongly, unless you know the person, you will not get it. So
Right.
again, the risk and challenges are similar. Challenges are more in terms of newer concept. How do you kind of educate it? How do you get the new technology to work for you better?
Mhm.
Those are the challenges, and
Right.
obviously that is why the Reserve Bank has gone with the pilot. They are increasing the ecosystem gradually. They're
Mhm.
not going as a big bang approach.
Right.
They are again going case by case use cases. Not all things are opened up. For example,
Correct.
international transactions are not yet open on this.
Correct.
Right. So
Correct.
all of those will be done in a phases.
Phases. Absolutely. Can you explain the technological infrastructure, that will support the digital rupee, and how it will be integrated to the existing financial systems?
So the first part, I'm not the right person. I think you have the
Yeah.
audience here, which is the
Yes.
well equipped to answer about the technology stack and how it works. But yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fundamentally a DLT stack that they're working along with some sort of a rails with the bank. But the second part,
Yeah.
how does it interface with the rest of the ecosystem? I think that's very important. So in our country, the entire payment and settlement infrastructure is works on a principle of interoperability.
Mhm.
So even today, if you see when the digital rupee is launched, it works already with the banking ecosystem. It already works with the bank's existing merchant network. So gradually they are phasing it out just to kind of monitor it.
Right.
But because of this interoperable network concept, whatever
Right.
products you launch, eventually this product will work everywhere where your bank money, debit card, credit card works, because it is inbuilt in the
Correct.
system design.
Correct.
So you will see that ecosystem integration automatically in this scheme also.
Okay.
It's just because of the pilot phase is going gradually.
Okay, awesome. Um, how will the digital rupee foster innovation in fintech and drive entrepreneurship? in
Interesting.
India.
Interesting. So I think if you look at very simply, even a UPI journey,
Yeah.
that how many fintechs it created, how many even big techs got interested, how many banks have also become very big in a digital payment just by
Correct.
being part of the ecosystem. Same way, I believe CBDC in its full blown capacity in 5 to 10 years' time will be probably 10 to 20x of this, or potentially even more because it's a
Right.
tech kinds. So if you see from that perspective, this is money. So wherever physical money today gets used, it will kind of get subsumed into this. Not everything, but
Yeah.
major part of it.
Mhm.
Especially where the consumer does not have any, let's say, any reason to hide the cash transaction or let's say do some tax evasion. If those issues are not there, you would actually prefer to use it because the
Right.
experience, if you really use it, I as a user know that this is much better.
Right.
So from that perspective, there are newer opportunities that are emerging for the financial services ecosystem, including new entrepreneur and fintechs.
Mhm.
I mean, there will be newer concepts. For example, why can't you just simply disburse loans in a digital currency,
Right.
especially small value,
Right.
which are fungible, usable. The entire microfinance industry can actually work on digital rupee much more
Right.
seamlessly,
Right.
much better, much faster.
Right.
So there are some new stream and new thinking
Mhm.
that will come in.
Right.
And I think that is a huge opportunity for the newer startups to start thinking. Even existing players who are working, they will have to get ready to start integrating it and become interoperable. So again, there
Correct.
will be opportunities for people to work with them, get them ready to start using this.
Correct, correct. Great conversation so far. I think I have my one last question. What opportunities? I mean, you did mention that it'll, the plan is, of course, to be, growing this in phases. What opportunities does Digital Rupee present for foreign investors and
Yeah.
businesses integrated to operate in India?
So I would say that the opportunities for all investors, whether foreign or India,
Yeah.
obviously as these new ecosystem, new players come in, as they kind of come up with some newer ideas,
Yeah.
obviously the investors would be looking at that as an opportunity to invest.
Right.
I personally believe that this is just the start. If you look at the areas today, you're talking about person to person transaction in domestic retail,
Yeah.
right? You're talking about person to business transaction in the again retail.
Right.
Wholesale, you've just talked about currently government securities settlement.
Right.
If you again, these are all domestic. Now, the moment you layer it with international,
Yeah.
and the moment you lay it with other services that you do, whether it's a lending side, whether it's a insurance side, there are all kind of a ecosystem where the money gets used.
Correct. Correct.
If you kind of take those interactions out and then you start integrating those, you
Yeah.
suddenly realize that the opportunities are much bigger for investors as well as businesses.
Right.
And wherever the physical money or a regular money today gets used in some form or say, I think this will play a very huge role.
Right.
And like I gave you example UPI. Imagine those two banks today, they have to do a settlement on a batch basis, which needs to a lot of other processes,
Yeah.
right, of reconciliations, etc. If you have a CBDC wholesale token behind those banks,
Yeah.
which on a real-time basis getting, let's say, as we are getting debit and credit in our
Right.
account there, so
Yeah.
even the settlement is done right there.
Correct.
And again, the same thing can go into even international trade.
Correct.
So there are so many examples which are underway, and as I said, it's an evolving process, like other systems and processes evolve.
Right.
So I think it's a very interesting ecosystem for everybody, even in this room. Just one opportunity for all the people in the room. RBI also does a hackathon regularly called Harbinger, and they've again asked for two cohorts. One is for offline transaction. By offline, they mean devices without internet, which means a device to device transaction,
Mhm.
right? How can that be done? So again, they're looking for pilots and ideas. Second is they're looking at increasing the TSP. Obviously, that's a big challenge in blockchain. So I'm sure a lot of people in the audience will already be thinking and working. But
Yeah.
if they have ideas, they should again connect RBI and then present their ideas, put it to test. And these
Right.
are all entrepreneur investment, all kind of opportunities.
Right. Right. Great, great conversation with you, Naveen. Thank you so much for taking out
My
time
pleasure.
from your busy schedule and joining us today on the CIO News All Things BFSI and Fintech Summit 2023. It is my honor to have this conversation with you, learn, from your experience and your perspectives for Digital Rupee. Thank you so much once again for joining
Thank you,
us.
Khushbu, and thanks for inviting me and being part of this interesting event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think let's give them both a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much, Khushbu, for curating that excellent discussion with Naveen, and thank you, Naveen, for joining us live in the studio. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we're going to be moving ahead with our next session. But before that, since a lot of you who were there in the morning, we couldn't interact, and there were a few of the new faces I can see. So I'd just like to step down for a moment. Of course, we've got our chief guest who's joined us, but we'll allow him a couple of minutes to have a breather, and I'll just go in the audience. Can I get more volume on my mic, please? So you please take some time. I'm going to quickly just go ahead and understand from our wonderful person out here. You know, I always love tough faces, sir, and I can see that there's a lot which I can't decode from you today. So I'm going to go and step in and have a conversation with you. Hi, sir. What's your name?
I am Lakshman Sangewar from Nanded Merchant Bank, a urban bank for a remote area, and I am attending this seminar, a summit first time. But I have already attended so many seminars in past.
So we just like to know, and of course he's going to be speaking, and I wanted to actually personally connect with him as well. But I wanted to understand, sir, आपका apart from your session, sir, what are your key what is that you would like to learn or contribute on this forum today? Is there one key takeaway you would want people before your session starts, which you'd like to highlight? Anything in particular, sir?
I will highlight the importance of cooperative bank and urban banks in small cities, because these big houses and fintechs, though they are the main line of the business, but the cooperative is the sector where small businessmen, small depositors are taken care of. And I'm representing that sections too.
Thank you so much. And right now it is cue for me to kick start with our next session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a great conversation so far with immense leadership joining us. And we've learned so much from the best in the industry. And now it is time for me to call upon our guest, our chief guest on the stage now. I always, whenever I've had an opportunity of introducing him, we've always had a grand salute for him. We're talking about somebody who's an IPS officer of 2000 batch and is presently posted as a special IGP Maharashtra Cyber Department, which is the nodal agency for the cyber crime and related matters for the state of Maharashtra. He had graduated in computer science and engineering from IIT Roorkee and has earned an MBA from the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi. He has trained several IAS and IPS officers in cybercrime as a guest faculty and has also undertaken mid-career and cybercrime courses from University of Cambridge, UK. He has several patents in his name in the field of information technology and is also a recipient of several prestigious international awards, including the Weber Seavey Award instituted by the International Association of Chiefs of Police, IACP, and an award from the Kennedy School of Governance, Harvard University. Well, we're talking about none other than, and I believe let's all give a grand salute together to the Senior Inspector General Police of Maharashtra Cyber Department, Yashasvi Yadav. Everyone. Thank you for joining us.
First of all, a big thank you for providing this platform to me. And it's an honor and privilege to be speaking on a very, very relevant topic of the day, cybercrime. So CIU News is doing a human service in spreading awareness about the new digital revolution. So my presentation today is basically dealing with the futuristic scenario as well as the present scenario with the perspective of law enforcement. Audible enough? With the perspective of law enforcement. There will be a lot of speakers here talking about fintech or financial aspects, but there is a very, very big umbrella of law enforcement. many times certain acts are done which contravene the law without, and the person is oblivious of the fact that this is a violation of the law. Second area of concern is that cybercrime is spreading its tentacles and it's a burgeoning force now. Earlier, it was like a concept which happened with someone. But now, cybercrime is impacting the lives of every organization, every citizen. That's why our department has to work extra to live up to the expectations of the people. And the biggest bulwark against cybercrime is definitely awareness. So hence, I'm here to spread some awareness because all the structures crumble if any organization is subjected to a massive cybercrime like ransomware, data theft, or introduction of a malware. The reputation, prestige, as well as the brand equity of that organization takes a severe beating. So it is very important that we become aware of the current scenario of cybercrime and how it can impact our finances as well as businesses. So this presentation is based on an article I wrote in Times of India a few months back. Let me see how this works. Okay, so this is the article. The whole presentation is based on this article. For more academic audience, you can Google, and there are 8 or 10 such series of articles on cybercrime, sextortion, ransomware, nation-state attacks, etc. So it will cover a whole gamut of cybercrime activities. But this is a general article, and it covers a lot of facets about cybercrime. So before we start, I would like to show you a small movie on cybercrime that we recently made. It is yet to be published, but a very informative movie, and it has some celebrity suggestions also. So it covers most of the facets of cybercrime, and then we'll deal with each of them in a slightly more exhaustive manner. Okay.
कृपया ध्यान दीजिए कृपया ध्यान दीजिए
सोशल मीडियाची आपल्याला सवय पण आहे आणि गरज पण
400 करोड़ लोग के आसपास डेली बेसिस पे सोशल मीडिया यूज करते हैं और यही संख्या आकर्षित करती है क्राइम की गतिविधियों
कई बैंक्स के सर्वर पर मैलवेयर अटैक्स से हैकर्स ने करोड़ों रुपए निकाल लिए और किसी की रिलीजन, फेथ, कलर, कास्ट और क्रीड पर कमेंट करने से पहले 2 बार सोचिए।
सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म जैसे फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम पर किसी की ख्याति खराब करना आप पर भारी पड़ सकता है।
अपनी पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन किसी के साथ शेयर न करें।
जो नाम कमाने में आपको उम्र भी चाहती है, वो कुछ ही पलों में आपकी इज्जत की धज्जियां उड़ा।
जो न्यूज़ या इंफॉर्मेशन कम्युनल हार्मनी को डिस्ट्रक्ट करती है, उन्हें प्लीज फॉरवर्ड।
सभी लोगों को ये पता होना चाहिए कि इस तरह का बिहेवियर साइबर क्राइम की श्रेणी में आता है।
अनेक एंटी नेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस नौजवानों को मिसलीड कर उन्हें इन्फ्लुएंस करने का प्रयास करते हैं।
रेगुलरली अपने बच्चों से बात करते रहें।
अगर कोई बैंकर या फिर गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल बनकर आपसे आपकी बैंक डिटेल्स, सीवीवी पिन या फिर ओटीपी मांगे तो कृपया ना दें।
कुछ साल पहले एक मुंबई में रहने वाली महिला रिपोर्टर ब्रीच ऑफ प्राइवेसी का शिकार बनी।
इथे आपले डेबिट कार्ड और क्रेडिट कार्ड स्वाईप होतं तेव्हा अशी शक्यता असते की कार्ड स्कीमर वापरून आपल्या कार्डचे डिटेल्स चोरले जाऊ शकतात।
देखिए महाराष्ट्र साइबर सेल आप लोगों के पीछे पड़ा है जो कि साइबर क्राइम्स कमिट कर रहे हैं। महाराष्ट्र साइबर डिपार्टमेंट साइबर स्पेस में सुरक्षा के लिए बेहतरीन काम कर रहा है और आप भी इसमें अपना सहयोग दें एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल नेटिजन बनके।
महाराष्ट्र साइबर डिपार्टमेंट आपको हर तरह के साइबर क्राइम्स जैसे ऑनलाइन फ्रॉड्स, फिशिंग अटैक्स, हेट मेल्स, फेक न्यूज, इन सभी से सुरक्षित रखने के लिए प्रयासरत है।
Okay, so this was a small movie capturing the essence of cybercrime in a very lucid way. So the main idea is that none of the organizations which uses information technology with or without an internet, is immune to cybercrime. None of the organization. So it's time that all the banks, all the financial institutions, as well as corporates, allocate a small portion of their budget to cyber audits, which is very, very important. So in this article, I have highlighted that now cybercrime has become the largest or the biggest organized crime syndicate in the world. Many of you must have watched movies in Netflix like Narcos and narco trafficking. But I must tell you, cybercrime is more than 3 times of narco trafficking in the world right now. So it is touching about $6 trillion last year, according to Forbes, which is more than twice India's economy. So this is the humongous nature and the kind of reach cybercrime has already achieved. And by 2025, when we hope to be a $5 trillion economy, cybercrime will easily surpass $10 trillion at this given pace. So that's the kind of, the cybercrime effect it's happening all over the world. So it's no longer a lone savant in hoodie which is doing cybercrime. There are several organizations well funded on professional lines whose only profession is to commit cybercrime. You might have heard about a recent raid in Mewat in Haryana. It's a small village, but the beauty is of this operation is that 400 cyber criminals were arrested. 4,000 duplicate or fake SIMs were recovered. And it has better internet connectivity than even Bombay because they have paid the internet service providers and got the towers erected there. So this is the kind of well-funded organizational structure of cybercrime we are witnessing in the country right now. Okay, so these are certain iconic cases of cybercrime that have happened in Maharashtra, and yet we are not very much aware of them. For example, there's an organization called Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, very recently victim of ransomware. They have yet not recovered their data. Just a few months back, JNPT, the largest inland container port, was a victim of ransomware attack again. Even now, certain operations are being done manually in pen and register. So it is very important that none of the organizations are immune from cybercrime. Recently, AIMS, still nobody knows who caused that data theft and ransomware attack on the Indian Premier Medical Institute, AIMS. So another case is that of Cosmos Bank that we are still investigating. About 100 crore rupees were siphoned off in a swift operation through ATMs in 28 countries. So you understand, if an investigator, what a difficult and onerous and enormous task it is to investigate this case. 28 countries one has to coordinate. And from there, through ATMs, more than 100 crores were siphoned off. We have recovered till now only 12 crores. So 88 crores, the criminal is still laughing his way to the bank. That's the transnational nature and difficulty in investigation of cybercrimes. So, okay, so now this is a small history how internet was born. When we are talking about so much bleak scenario, in the 60s, internet was just a small network of computers that US government had launched to do some file transfers or government data transfer. But imagine, in about 50, 60 years, internet has become such a humongous facet of our life. None of our activities, daily activities, remain unaffected by internet. So this is how the internet had a humble beginning, but it has now surpassed all our expectations, and the future scenarios are even more prevalence of connectivity, internet, and along with that, apart from so many benefits like IoTs, driverless cars, clone armies, etc. You can talk about a lot of benefits, but there's a lurking aspect of cybercrime always when internet assumes more and more importance. So these are few cases that I have culled from our own investigation files, which highlight certain aspects of cybercrime in a very unique and innovative manner. This is my favorite case, which we solved and arrested the criminal. It is the case of a lady journalist who used to live in a typical Mumbai studio apartment, and she was inured to chatting with strangers on the net, not realizing that what a danger is lying behind that. And while talking to one of the cyber criminals who was arrested later on, he introduced a malware or a virus in her system called Video Keylogger, which was a very innovative, out-of-the-box malware at that point of time. So what Video Keylogger did, that it just copied all the keystrokes of the victim and via her own internet transferred it via email to the cyber criminal. Not only that, the speciality of this malware was that even the webcam was switched on inadvertently without the knowledge of the victim, due to which all her pictures, videos in that studio apartment were transferred to the cyber criminal using her own resources of internet. So after a few months, this cyber criminal started traumatizing this lady journalist, and even blackmailing and threatening her with her photographs, with her bank account details, with her intimate letters, pictures, etc., everything. He had more information about the lady than the lady himself. Then it was at that point of time, on the verge of breakdown, and after trying to commit suicide, that this lady approached the police. And then through IP address tracing and other techniques, we could somehow catch on to this criminal and arrested him. And he turned out to be a school dropout who had just downloaded this Video Keylogger virus. And we could still arrest him because at that point of time, it's about a decade-old case, VPNs and the onion router, Tors were not prevalent. Otherwise, we would have got the IP addresses of Uzbekistan or Iran or Iraq, somewhere else. So now we have to bring more sophistication to our techniques to catch such criminals. So, but this was one case which is a pointer of the trends which are happening in the field of cybercrime even now. Okay, this is another favorite case study that we do, is that a few Chinese students hacked onto certain NASA networks, and they could control the trajectory of 2 satellites that NASA had just launched. And to everybody's horror, the satellites, instead of going up, started coming down. This is not science fiction or my own figment of imagination. This is a celebrated case in cybercrime. NASA had to quickly destroy these satellites in order to prevent a massive damage. If these satellites would have dropped onto the Earth, it would be a weapon of mass destruction, more than few nuclear bombs. So this is how cybercrime can be converted into cyber terrorism, which is the biggest worry of law enforcement agencies and intelligence agencies all over the world. So there are various forms of cybercrimes that are, metamorphizing into newer forms every single day. As we talk, we are grappling with eSIM frauds, virtual kidnapping, pig sharking, online instant loan frauds. So recently, we did a case in which certain Chinese nationals were involved in online instant loan frauds and online scams. And a lot of others. As we speak, new modus operandi are being invented by a factory of cyber criminals. So now again, a very, very celebrated case. I think all of you must have heard about Pegasus, you know, malware manufactured by an Israeli company called NSO. Now, the beauty about Pegasus is it is only one unique feature, which makes it so difficult to detect and very expensive, is its zero-click feature. That means for a normal malware to be installed into your system, at least the victim has to click the link once, like what lady journalist did. She clicked the link many times in which a phishing attack was launched, and she was made to believe something very interesting will open if she clicks that. But now people have become wiser. It's difficult to make aware people click on suspicious or frivolous links. However, what NSO has done in this Pegasus malware is that there is no need to click. It automatically roots the system and gets attached to the phone, which is amazing, incredible, in fact. And nobody knew about it. So that's how about 8,000, estimated 8,000 Pegasus malware were loaded all over the world. And this zero-click feature makes it an expensive software, and one license was sold for more than 7 crores Indian rupees. However, if we have a one-click malware, which does the same things as Pegasus, it is available free of cost on the darknet. So that's the difference. Just one click from software available gratis to 7.5 crore Indian rupees. So Cosmos Bank I've already talked about, so I'll just quickly skip this slide for want of time. Okay, now we come to a very, very, a phenomenon which is the biggest apprehension and worry for law enforcement officers. In 2020, if you remember, in Mumbai, for a few hours, there was an electricity outage in the height of COVID crisis. Even the ventilators stopped working. Local trains stopped working. Hospitals stopped working. Electricity was out for 4 hours. This was at the peak of Indo-China Galwan crisis. So a lot of people pointed out that this could be a case of cyber sabotage. When the government realized that, the case was handed over to us, and we went to the SCADA servers of Electricity Department, Mahatransco, and we thoroughly analyzed them. And to our horror or shock, we found 14 Trojan horses whose origin were from US and China and few other countries as well. So these 14 Trojan horses were of the same family which had caused electricity outage in Ukraine in 2015 and 18. So we could prove that it was a case of cyber sabotage, and the protective systems, the firewalls, the antivirus systems, the air gapping between IT and OT systems were sadly all squandered and missing in this particular case. So that's why we always reiterate and re-emphasize that every organization should go for a cyber audit through an accredited agency at least once in 6 months. And please bring up those SOPs and protocols for cyber hygienic behavior in the organization. In some organizations I've seen, employees are downloading pirated versions of software and movies from their official servers, due to which the air gapping between administrative, IT, and OT servers gets compromised. And along with that pirated version of that movie, song, software, etc., comes a malware, which takes over and creates a kind of an attack scenario on that system. This is what is suspected to be the cause of AIMS ransomware attack as well. However, official report is yet to come. So now, the cybercrime has many heads. It's a hydra-headed monster. For example, when we talk about darknet, darknet is totally become a platform of criminals. Does anybody know why darknet was created? Actually, darknet was created to preserve democracy. There were certain Cold War was going on between America and communist bloc of countries. And in certain countries, America felt that democracy was being stifled. So they created darknet by which so-called liberated, unorthodox, pro-democratic people can interact with each other through the darknet. But now, with India being a vibrant democracy, there's no need of darknet in India. In my opinion, darknet serves no positive purpose. There are marketplaces in darknet where you can order drugs, where you can order weapons, you can order hand grenades, you can order rocket launchers, you can even order AK-47s. There are marketplaces which claim that you can hire even a Supari killer. You just have to send the picture and address of the person, and through cryptocurrency, one can transfer money, and it is claimed that that person will be eliminated in a fixed number of days. However, I have never found a real life case of such killing through darknet. But these are all the claims of, for example, there's a website on darknet called Azerbaijan Eagles, which claim that you can just hire a contract killer on the darknet. So our recommendation to the government, and I hope this recommendation will be accepted by the central government, that darknet should be totally banned in India like what China has done. So all the drug trafficking, drug cartelization, human trafficking through darknet and all other crimes, even there are darknet forum where anti-national elements discuss how to launch drone attacks on vulnerable iconic targets. So this all will come to a standstill if darknet is banned in India, and which I always recommend, and this could be the way forward. So AIMS and JNPT ransom attack, very, very recent and very alarming. So these are the things which are actually happening in our country. And the only way to prevent them is awareness and regular cybersecurity audits. Okay, now we come to the last portion of this presentation. Do I have time or I have exceeded? Okay, otherwise I'll skip this portion. This is a little legislative portion. Okay, so I'll just take 1 or 2 minutes, and then I will be open for some interaction if anybody has any doubts, queries, suggestions, feedback. So now our cybercrime landscape in the country is governed by a legislation called Information Technology Act. Anybody aware when this act was last modified? Yes. Yes. So isn't it ironical that we are having an anachronistic act which has not been changed for last 15 years? And the cybercrime firmament in the last 15 years has totally undergone an absolute change. 15 years back, we hardly had these kind of modus operandi. We didn't have Jamtara. We didn't have Mewat. We didn't have sextortion. We didn't have ransomware attacks. We didn't have online frauds. Maybe a few I love you type of virus or malwares which were being propagated. So what I have recommended, or department has recommended, that a newer IT Act should be brought on the anvil, and I'm sure this year a brand new IT Act with more stringent provisions and encompassing all these newer forms of cybercrime will be brought out. And it will have a deterrent effect on the minds of the criminal. Right now, you might have heard that in US, even life imprisonment is being given to cyber criminals. For example, child pornography or child human trafficking through internet. Even life imprisonment is being given. But here in India, our act was mainly to facilitate e-commerce. The criminal as part of it, or the criminal penalties relating to e-commerce were conspicuous by their absence. So now we are likely to have a legislation which will be attuned to the latest development in the field of cybercrime. Thank you very much. And last point I want to say, if you are a victim or you are aware that a certain cybercrime has taken place in your organization or in your vicinity, please contact us. We are available on all social media platforms. We have our email. If you Google us, Maharashtra Cyber Department, you'll get our emails, phone numbers, etc. So you don't have to go anywhere. You have to just log on to NCCRP portal, National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, file your complaint, and we'll do the rest. So we have tried to make things very simple for the netizens if they are victim of any type of frauds, sextortion, ransomware, or any other type of data theft or phishing attack or any other types of cybercrime. You can easily avail the kind of framework we have set up through our portals, emails, and on all social media platforms. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patient hearing. I'm still available for 5 or 10 minutes more. If you have any feedback, queries, suggestions, or questions, feel free to ask them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe there are a couple of questions. We'll start with the gentleman in the front. Thank you so much, sir, for allowing us extra time on your session. Could we have a mic pass, please, quickly? You are, but just for the online streaming, if you can use the mic.
Good afternoon, sir. The question that I had was in the last part of your. My name is Amlan Singh. I come from IFL Finance. And the question I had was that if a person is victim of cyber fraud or cyber crime, in terms of actions from police, is it mandatory for him or her to go ahead and file a local police complaint first before approaching cybercrime?
That's what I wanted to clarify to you. You can file a complaint sitting at home. But if you have to file an FIR, there's a difference between complaint and an FIR. FIR sets the process of law into motion. Okay. Complaint just gathers information about the criminal, what kind of fraud. And if there's a financial aspect, it freezes the bank account because money generally transfers through multiple money mule accounts and then to the cyber criminal. So there's a helpline called 1930. If you dial that, it will be, you can even try right away. Our officer will pick up the phone and will freeze the money trail. So this way, many victims have been able to avert financial losses. But however, if you have to set the process of law into motion, for example, procedures like search, arrest, and other procedures of law, charge sheeting, etc., then you have to visit the police station and sign and give your proper complaint.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Question at the back, quickly. So how much time do we have, if you may allow?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, max, okay.
5, maybe 7, 8 minutes, 10 minutes.
Okay,
because
no.
my office is very far from here.
No, we won't take that much time.
Sir, this is Vishal Bhatia. Sir, you have not covered on the Fullerton, which happened recently in last April. So any idea on that? What has happened? Because though there are many financial
institutions. Repeat the question.
Fullerton, they also got hacked, and what I heard is they.
No, we have not investigated that particular case. And as I told you, the topic of my presentation was everything is under threat. So, you know, every place where computers, information technology is used can be hacked, and some people don't even know throughout their life that they have been hacked. So this is what is the real trouble. However, about Fullerton, I'm not very much aware because we have not investigated the case. I don't know which agency has investigated or whether it has been investigated at all. So I may not be able to answer.
And sir, as many of our applications are going into cloud, AWS, Microsoft Azure, so do you collaborate with them or they collaborate with you? What are the best practices to be followed? Because most of the financial institutions are moving there and we depend on them. Plus, what are the firewall policies we put at our organization? But is there any collaboration happens?
Shifting to cloud is a welcome change because then universal safeguards are adopted. And there is something called MITI impaneled cloud services. MITI is Ministry of Telecom, central government. So if a cloud service is impaneled, that means it has all the security or SOC operations in place. Only then it gets impaneled. So it's better than having ad hoc kind of data center in your place where very little budget is allocated for security, cyber security. For instance, what happened in electricity servers or AIMS? It was not cloud-based. It was their own data center, which was not conforming to the guidelines. So migrating to cloud, provided it's an accredited cloud service, is a welcome change according to me.
Sure. Thank you. Quickly out there. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Another 3 minutes.
I'll answer all the questions. Don't worry.
Okay. So please go ahead. With the mic.
Okay. What's your name?
Sanjay Nagpal.
Okay.
Yeah. So what had happened is one person got frauded, cyber frauded, on the net and transferred one account to.
Can we have the mic a little up, sir?
And the money got transferred from one account to the other account. Now, both the accounts are known, both are Aadhaar verified. So why is it so difficult to trace a customer, the receiver rather?
Hello. Okay, Mr. Sanjay ji.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Sanjay, it would look very simplistic from outside.
Absolutely.
But I can tell you, many accounts in India are not properly KYC'd. They are opened in fake addresses, fake names. Everything is fake about them. I don't know what bank managers or bank verification team was doing then, but I can tell you there are a lot of money mule accounts, number one. Number two, the transactions happen so fast that by the time a person approaches 1930 helpline, the money could have gone abroad and even taken out via ATMs or other mechanism available. So every case has a different kind of a scenario. In certain cases, yes, we are able to catch the culprit also, recover the money also, and freeze the account also. So it depends on case-to-case basis.
Sure.
Okay, let's give lady a chance.
Yeah, sure. Can we get a mic quickly passed to her? Ms. Soni, how many minutes do we? 3 more questions? Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so last 3 questions as
Last
per
3 questions, yeah.
the organizers.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Poonam and I'm part of the team CIO News. So, sir, I have witnessed multiple scams happening these days on WhatsApp, and since WhatsApp wallet is pretty much new thing, and we are getting a lot of calls from international numbers and also WhatsApp messages, and the moment you respond those calls, your account gets hacked and your wallet gets emptied. So if you could shed light on that.
You know, this is a typical, different umbrella of what we call as online frauds through phishing attacks. Now, the modus operandi is slightly different in all the cases, but in most of the cases, there is a malware which is generally installed, which could be screen recording, which could be keylogger type of a malware. So my suggestion in this is this online fraud is becoming such a big industry now that in Jamtara, you might have heard about the place called Jamtara near Ranchi. This year, they have bought 2 helicopters, the cyber criminals, this year. So they have bought all Lamborghinis and all those things are over. Now they are buying choppers. And through money which has been defrauded from people like you or me. So this is the kind of scenario we are having. This is because we are having about 70 crore smartphones in India. But the awareness level and how to operate them well has not percolated. We have introduced new systems, but we have not brought about awareness to that level. A lot of people in India have a smartphone, but they don't know how to use it in a very judicious way. So when people ask me, should we stop using internet? Is it such a dangerous place? I say no. I tell them the analogy of traffic. When you take a car out or you go out on the street, there are chances that you can be killed on the road, which is a veritable possibility. But still, you follow all the traffic rules, try to make your experience on the road a pleasant and safe one by using seat belts or helmets, etc. So similarly, in an information superhighway, you have to follow all the SOPs and precautions. For example, why you have to entertain such lucrative offers on internet, that you just like few things and like few links and we'll give you 20,000 rupees. This is too attractive to be real. So one has to be aware that these kind of apocryphal links are not to be entertained. Instead, they have to be reported to NCCRP portal.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Last 2 questions, one at the back and one in the front.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session. My name is Praveen, and my question is more sort of legal in nature. You obviously mentioned things like cybercrime now being a global syndicate. So my question, and I'm a recent sort of student of IT Act and cyber law and cyber forensics. So the question is in that context, why haven't we signed up to things like the Paris Accord or the Cloud Act that the US has, which makes it easier to lay our hands on this global cyber syndicate, which is, it is getting more and more global. Why are we still depending on this archaic method of MLATs and trying to exchange information and trying to investigate crime?
Okay. Now this question is out of syllabus for me because I'm a law enforcement officer. I can't, comment on government policies. But still, I'll try to provide some insights to this. Number one, when we have not even amended our own act, which has no international ramification, we can bring out any act we feel like. For example, recently, an ordinance was taken out in Delhi, which again robbed the Delhi government of all those powers. So this is when we have not been able to enact. This is because people like you and me are lackadaisical. Because any legislation comes when there's a demand from public. So nobody is demanding a change in IT Act. Or organizations like Interpol, Europol, India is a part of that, which are working a lot on the field of combating cybercrime. But as you said, a lot needs to be done if we want to become cyber safe and a resilient country.
Sure. One final question
Okay,
with
this is the
the
final
gentleman.
question.
Yes. Here, at the front, quickly. Yeah. Yeah. Right in the black. He's been running around.
Yeah. So good afternoon. So first of all, I would like to pass a feedback. My name is Ninad. The session was very interesting and exciting. Now, I think you mentioned about Pegasus, which is one of the most sophisticated malware with zero-click capabilities. I think a couple of years back, there was a huge controversy in India where some of the journalists claim, that they were targeted by Pegasus. Now NSO says as per its policy, it only interacts with government agencies. Now, my question is that, whether or not those claims were investigated and, do you have any idea about who actually was behind, if at all, that attack took place against those journalists?
Now, these claims were never investigated because there were no FIRs in India. So a case is taken up by our agencies like us only if the victim complains. Suo moto, very rarely, and in cases of national security, investigations are carried out. So nobody complained in India. Probably, if at all Pegasus had infected their system, they never knew about it because it's a very covert kind of a malware. Only very few scanning softwares can find out whether your device is infected by malware or not. So this is a difficult situation. But there were certain laboratories in Canada, I'm forgetting the name, which claimed to have analyzed few of the phones of the victims world over and claimed that yes, they found Pegasus, they being infected by Pegasus. So this is a very ambiguous kind of an answer, I agree, but we have not investigated any case of Pegasus.
Sure. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a big, big round of applause to Mr. Yadav. Thank you for that. And if I may request the founder and chief editor of CIO News, Khushbu Soni, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitation. As I told you, whenever we've had an opportunity of interacting with Mr. Yadav, it's always been so enlightening, and I believe that he deserves a much bigger round of applause for all his contribution.
Thank you, Soni madam. No, it's an honor for me.
Because here's a man who's just not only has knowledge but has been implementing it so wonderfully. We, of course, have one more bit just to pass it on as a memory
Oh, beautiful.
lane.
This is really very fast.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank
Yes,
you.
absolutely. A grand salute. Thank you so much. And on that front, we'd like to humbly thank Yashasvi Yadav ji for joining us and engaging with us on the platform. Yes, yes. I love that reply. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it is time for us to now get engaged on a great panel discussion. We're talking about hyper-personalization for enhanced customer experience / delight. First up, joining us is going to be a digital CX professional with an experience of over 20 years managing initiatives for key brands across industry segments and geographies. He currently leads the experience design capability with KPMG for their customer and operations finance service line. We're talking about Amit Walingchkar. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. Thank you, Amit, for joining us and helping us in curating this excellent discussion. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Amit. Well, next up, we've got somebody who's got a career spanning over 20 years across the BFSI, telecom, BPO, KPO, and airline industry. He's been in the list of the top CIO 100 multiple times and has received several accolades for innovation from the CNBC TV 18, Shoke Awards, amongst others. He's recognized as one of the top 100 enterprise change agents in digital and information technology space. We're talking about the COO of Spice Money, Srivats Valtharajan.